in the description of the session we're about to do now when we upload it to YouTube and say, here's a media file with what happened to Kaladin.
And side note, we are now up and running.
Hello, people.
So.
You're right.
Good morning from the land down under.
Is everyone here? I heard Josh, I heard Cybot, I heard Izzy, I heard Zai, I heard no, but I did not hear Robot. Either he's being incredibly quiet or...
He's being himself.
I just didn't want to talk over anyone. I'm here.
Such a polite person. I swear.
something Canada. Anyhow, you guys go on with what you're doing. I'm going to go upload.
No, you've proven to me that Canadians do not have to be polite.
Well, I can be polite, and I usually am. But I can be an asshole, too.
No, the thing is, Nome has simply been contaminated by contact with too much Americans. That's the thing.
I'm actually...
Americans are a bad thing.
Outside of this group, I'm too nice, frankly. Anyhow, I'm going to mute myself. You guys go on with your thing, and I'm going to put up last week's video because I'm lazy.
Alright, it's okay. The first part of the session was going to be actually the conclusion to what happened with Zai, and I apologize for the rest of you because you're probably going to have no idea what's going on. It shouldn't take too long, but the only problem was the reason why we didn't finish this in the audio file is because Zai started having internet problems and we couldn't finish. So, there's that.
Sure.
Uni internet.
Yeah. I mean, his internet at home is capped, and then uni internet was being...
Well, it's not capped anymore, it's the 7th, so all is good.
Oh.
So do you only get, like, so much, like, I don't know, megabytes per month or something?
Oh, no, he says no longer capped anymore, but I'm guessing he had a bandwidth cap.
The case being is that I have a limit, and if I pass that limit, I just become extremely slow.
Oh, okay. That seems...
I don't lose it, it just becomes excruciatingly slow.
That just seems dumb. I don't know.
Is I using big words here?
I've never considered excruciating a big word, but that's also okay. Alright, so Zai, last we left off, oh god, give me a moment, I need to check my notes, actually, because I'm like, I know we got past you meeting...
I think it's the second day morning where I just took some, like, caffeine pills, and, like, because we mixed it with the water, it's all special and stuff now.
Right. Give me a moment. I'm getting exactly to where it is in my notes. I'm going to Control F this, because that will be the easiest way to do this. It should be! Why are things never as easy? Well, fine. If you want me to scroll down, I will. Fuck you, too.
Do not speak ill to the machine spirit.
The machine spirit can suck a dick.
You wish it could.
Perhaps.
In fact, we have the technology.
Don't you start this.
You know it to be true.
Just because I know it doesn't mean it. Go on.
I don't want a metal image as a tech priest. Please, no.
It is too late, Robot. You will go to sleep with this now.
All of a sudden, God have mercy, a Slaneshi tech priest. That is a terrible, terrible thought.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I know what I'm playing if we do a chaos campaign. God.
Okay, never mind. That explains why it wasn't. Control F wasn't working. It didn't open somehow. I don't understand that. Give me a moment while I reopen it. Which, I mean, it did open, but it didn't open correct. I don't understand this computer sometimes. It's stupid.
You should praise the Omnissiah more, so he may grant you the knowledge to... to do so.
Listen, I'm not praising a void dragon. Okay. I will keep my worship pure and to the Emperor. All right, I think. Yeah. Okay. Now it's working. Good job. You slow ass computer. No, it's actually not that. It's actually not slow. I just complain because I always think it could be faster. Okay, and oh, that's it. Okay, and done. All right. Well, the one thing I need to do is go on to. All right, what map is everyone on? I must know this.
Let's see. Well, I am on, what's it called? Town Center.
Town Center.
Same
Are you
here.
guys on Town Center?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I would like to take this opportunity to say that if you are not on the High Counselor's temple, switch to it. This is especially important for Gnome. However, I'm just going to enforce you to it anyway, so you don't get a choice. So,
Well,
there's
you
that.
make me panic and switch over, and then you make me go there anyway. Well done.
Sometimes it's
He
about
merely gives the
feeling.
illusion of choice.
Yes. Let's see. I think. Nope, they're not that big. Okay. My bad.
Oh, so that's how you spell it. Okay.
Quick note.
Nigga, I spelled it for you in the record. I even had that in the
No.
recording.
You spelled the first name. You didn't spell the second name. I kind of had to guess that one.
Just a quick note.
Whenever you hear me say Ofi, always expect that I'm using an I. That's my Frenchness.
Anyhow, last week's session was slightly split up due to my recording and video,
Right.
internet loss. I'm only going to put up 2 of the videos. One is 40 minutes and the other is just a little over 5 hours. So that will cover 99% of it. If anything is lost, it can be filled in the comments. I don't
Good
think
point.
anything is lost, because the only other stuff I see is just garbage. Like 20-second
Well,
video
most of what was lost was, if I remember correctly, had stuff to do with Zai, actually.
Yeah, well, most of it's 20-second video clips from what I can see, so that can be filled in whenever.
Okay. All right. So, this is, of course, at Zai, who is playing Kaladin. Just to get this out of the way, do you guys want a brief recap?
I mean, eventually we will listen to it anyway, so just go ahead, bro.
I apologize for that. If that's my.
Well, hey, it'll just mean we'll have to do method role playing when he finally tells us where he's been.
You want to know what? This is actually perfect, because it means you guys can't know what he did, which is how it should be. Ha 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 ha. All right, so, Paladin did stupid things, just so you know. Yes, he did. All right, so, it is now early morning in the High Council's temple, and you have been standing guard outside of Lyra's room the entire night, as has Zaragon and the other nameless guard. That was a loud noise. As has Zaragon and the other nameless guard who is in the facility. Well, who's in front of Lyra's door. My bad. As it approaches about 30 minutes past, Zaragon kind of rolls his shoulders a bit and says, "Well, my shift's over, and so is his." Looks at you. The next guards probably won't be as nice as us. So we wish you luck with what you're trying to do. He says as he and the other guard walk away.
I mean, you can at least pass the word I'm standing guard here and stuff. Surely Sagithra has spread the word, hopefully.
All right, so they leave. Not more than about several minutes pass, and the new guards come. They see
I
you.
give them a quick salute.
They see you, just kind of ignore you, and just stand in place.
Whew. All right. They don't ignore me, so I'm not even gonna really bother.
Good. All right. So another hour passes. So it's about mid-morning, and another guard makes his way down the hallway. By this point, and I think I already said this in the recording that you guys had already had breakfast in the recording because that's kind of, not important but still kind of important. But another guard makes his way down at mid-morning, and he goes ahead and salutes the other guards, turns to you, he's like, the High Council is ready to see Lady Lyra.
We shall inform her to get ready as soon as possible.
He kind of stands there silently as if expecting something.
I go to knock Lyra's door.
Okay, so there is a pause, followed by a quiet answer. Hello?
Morning, Lyra. The High Council's ready to see you.
Well, Lyra has been ready to see the High Council for quite some time, actually.
Then we should leave promptly, not to keep them waiting.
The guard comes, and by the way, you know the door was locked, right?
Oh, yeah?
Okay. The guard comes and unlocks the said door, and she walks out. Her outfit is different from her usual, leathers and stuff that she wears. The kind of the outfit that you bought her, and the leather armors, but and such. She's actually wearing a very nice dress. You've never seen her put on a dress before, actually. At least not one this fancy. So, and it's kind of curious because it'd be difficult to imagine how one person would put this dress on by themselves.
I'm here wondering how much more fancy can you get than half-walk tailoring,
What'd you just say?
How much more fancy can you get than half-orc tailoring?
Let's go with let's go with an outfit made specifically for high elves of the council to wear. Therefore, this dress probably costs about as much as an airship.
Pulling all the stops, huh?
As the guard unlocks the door and Lyra steps out of the room, the guards kind of give a slight bow as they ask, "Are you ready, milady?" Lyra kind of cringes at being called milady as she says, "Lyra is ready to go whenever you are. Calden will be coming with us, correct?" The guards kind of look at each other for a bit. Well, we weren't told that he couldn't come. Lyra looks at you.
Then if it is not strictly forbidden, I shall follow her as per my job.
Right. So you are led to the same temple that you were yesterday. I'm sure. Do I need to re-describe the temple, or do you remember?
I remember, fancy stuff. You got a kind of submerged area in the middle, executor golems everywhere,
Correct.
people sitting on big chairs.
Alrighty. So, you guys are led to the entrance and escorted up to the stairwell again, right to where the pool begins again. You notice that the pool is an off color today. Yesterday it was very clear. This day it seems to have almost a golden hue to it.
Huh. This must be a special occasion, I guess.
As you guys, once you guys reach, of course, the final step and have been standing there for maybe a minute, High Counselor Hartgren goes, "Good morning, Lyra, and good morning. I believe your name was Kaladin. Yes.
Yes, High Counselor Hartgren," and Kaladin gives a deep bow.
Hartgren kind of smiles at that. He's like, showing some respect today, I see.
I apologize for any transgressions.
Not to say,
Okay.
right. So same deal as before. You have no need for you to step into the pool. However, Lyra should be instructed to move to the center. Lyra nods her head as before, stepping on the water. She does not sink to the bottom of it. She simply is able to walk on top of it. Alrighty. So, today you notice the addition of two additional, essentially, giant hologram things, although we call them giant illusion spells. You see one is Sagithra, the kind man who helped you quite a bit yesterday, and one is of a person with elvish features, but his skin is blue. He appears to have gills on his neck, and his ears have a unique shape to them, kind of like somewhat fin-shaped.
Murloc is a high elf?
Quite the opposite, actually. They're sworn enemies.
Kaladin makes a mental note that must be Ophidan. Because he remembers Sagithra telling him about the water elves and stuff.
Right. Alrighty, so getting back on topic because I almost got sidetracked in my mind, which I don't want that to happen. As she reaches the center, Hartgren once again, he smiles, which is unusual because you didn't see him smile the entire time yesterday. He says, "So, Lyra of Thohiran, correct?" Lyra nods her head. He's like, "We hope you enjoyed your stay here and hope it wasn't too rough on you." Lyra shakes her head no. She's like, "Lyra was fine with her accommodations. Those who you had to tend to her were, for the most part, gentle." Hartgren nods his head. He's like, Good. Our goal here was to make sure that you did not feel uncomfortable. Believe it or not, he looks back at you, and he goes, "And of you, Kaladin, how was your stay here?"
You don't want to know what I just heard you say versus what you did say.
What did you hear me say?
I heard you say he looks like a Jew.
Yeah, no.
Rather than he looks at you. This is what I get for not paying attention.
That's not what I said, but
Right.
mostly because I know if I had said that, then Cybot would have immediately perked up. Probably grabbed a pitchfork in a gas chamber or something.
I resent that.
I know you do.
Anyway, Kaladin will reply, "It is a very lovely, what would you say, temple you have here, and the staff here is very diligent in their duties."
Hartgren nods his head as he goes, Well, most of them were our Raptor Knights left over from when I was the captain. I hear that there was a bit of trouble with them last night. Is this true?
That was entirely my fault. You could say, jumped to a conclusion that my lady needed me, and the guards did not let me have access to her, even though I am her personal guard. But again, it is my fault entirely, as I took rash actions to get to my lady, when in fact there was no trouble at all.
Star Tracker turns to you. He's like, you did, according to some of the guards' report, pull out some kind of explosive?
I would like to clarify that they were not explosives, merely flash bombs.
Which consist of explosives, according to our alchemist analysis. You also seem to be carrying a number of other explosive compounds with you, says Star Tracker.
That is also true, for that is what I specialize in.
This is Shade Killer. So, let me get this straight. You're her bodyguard, but you're an alchemist. So you have no physical skills, so to speak, of protecting your supposed lady.
I have other means of protecting my lady. I'm proficient with ranged combat with a heavy repeating crossbow, and also I can use my alchemy to augment my body to increase my own strength and protect her.
This is Cloudclaw, as she goes, what he says is true. Alchemists are quite astute in the art of transmutation. Harker nods his head. He goes, this makes sense. I am somewhat curious. They didn't handle you too roughly for it. I hear Sagithra came in and cleared whatever misunderstanding was happening at that moment, but...
And I'd like to thank Sagithra deeply for helping my case.
Sagithra simply remains silent. He doesn't even crack a smile. Parker Nazi's like, right. I just need to get that cleared up and make sure that you aren't, well, here to pose a threat. He says, as you know, the executor golems had been turned towards you this entire time.
Right, but I forgot to note that Kaladin kind of has his head in a bow the whole time as he's speaking, out of respect, not really trying to, look him right in the eye, kind of intimidatingly, just kind of lowering himself, making sure he's as unthreatening as possible.
Right. Alrighty, so after Hartgren, of course, sure that's not going to be an issue. Though the executor golems do somewhat turn away, they still seem quite ready to smash you. Hartgren goes, right, but of course that's not the real reason we came here today. Though we appreciate your diligence in protecting your lady.
Kaladin nods.
He turns to Larry and says, like, we gave you a night to think about it, and we have assembled all the members of the High Council who were currently available as such. And so, as we asked the other day, we implore that. Did you come to a decision on whether or not you'd wish to join us in the High Council and to awaken your high elven blood? Lyra stands up straight and without hesitation, bows and says, Lyra respectfully wishes to decline from this. Heartgren kind of frowns, Red Quest frowns, Shade Killer very visibly frowns, and so does Star Tracker. All the other members of the council, however, seem to have, by which I mean Iliaro has no reaction, Sagithra has no real reaction, and Hope Rule and Cloudclaw have no real reaction to this. There is a brief pause before Shadekiller asks, since you have declined the offer, we must ask, do you have any particular reasons for this? Lyra kind of takes a deep breath before calmly saying, Lyra feels that she's not ready for this yet. Lyra hasn't seen enough of the world and hasn't spent enough time getting to know things for her to successfully step up to this kind of position and this responsibility. There is a brief pause before Hartgren says, if you really feel that's the case, there's no trimming or any of the such in the pool. He's like, if you really feel that is the case, then I suppose that's reasonable enough. We all did spend a brief time engaging in our wanderlust. Shadekiller kind of looks uncontent with that, and she's like, are you sure there's nothing we can do to convince you to stay? Any services we can provide you? Lyra shakes her head no as Lyra goes, Lyra has nothing really she desires more than to go out and travel. Lyra does not mind the idea, but at the moment, Lyra thinks it's more important that she go out and experience the world. Star Tracker kind of who's been scowling a bit this entire time goes, personally, the idea seems a bit stupid to me. And I mean no disrespect, but you are a high elf, and by putting yourself out in the world like that, you pose an intentionally high risk of getting yourself killed, especially considering who you choose to keep company with. At this point, Sagitra, who had been quiet to this point, clears herself. I believe the girl has made a decision for herself. And aside from your own comments, which come off to me as a bit selfish, mind you, I feel that going out and exploring the world does provide a greater insight for one who wants to become a member of the High Council. Redquest spent quite a bit of time in Thohiran and Osivia, and look how he turned out. He's one of the best counselors we've ever had. Hartgren spent some time traveling the world himself. Once again, the best counselor we've ever had. Even Cloudclaw did her clerical studies under some of the Osivian priests. And she's one of the best doctors we've ever had in all of history. And then we go to Hope Rule, who studied definitely not in Nirvana. And she's the best oracle we've ever had. And you really stand to question whether or not that exploring the greater world gives you a greater opportunity to learn how to be a better High Counselor. Star Tracker quiets down a bit. Hartgren nods his head as he goes, Sagitra does bring up a good point. But so does Star Tracker. There is a inherently large risk in letting you leave. Iliaro speaks up at this point as he goes, just a bit of my own insight. Our empire is quite huge. We, being in contact with the sea, we're constantly at war and things like that. And to be honest, a bit of traveling doesn't do a person wrong. As a matter of fact, sometimes I could argue that it's a bit more dangerous to stay inside the cities, especially since you'd be expected to spend some time in my city. This is the season when the Sahagwen begin their attacks, so perhaps this is not the best time for her to be in this town. As a matter of fact, I could say that there's possibly an even bigger threat of her being here, of her might getting injured, than if she's out exploring the world. Hartgren kind of mulls that over for a bit, and he goes, I see. And what do you think of this, Counselor Redquest? Redquest kind of goes, I share the same concerns as you, there is an inherent danger in sending her away. However, as Eliara has pointed out, there is a danger in letting her stay as well. And personally, I can see that there is somewhat of a point in that she is not fully developed to the kind of person we want on the High Counselor seat. This could very well be changed with age. Hold on, someone is asking me. This is actually important because he's asking me right now if he can be added to the call, or I'm gonna see if he's okay with just watching the stream. If not, I'll add him to the call because he promises not to say anything.
Tap.
I know.
I feel like
I understand.
tap dancing. Ooh.
Actually, I should use this opportunity. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab me some water because I get the feeling I'm going to be straining my voice tonight, mostly because my throat's been a little itchy lately, well, since yesterday, and I get the feeling I'm going to have a sore throat tomorrow, but I don't care. So I'm just going to drink water now to prevent my voice from going out tonight.
Okay.
This is the most Animu Harvest Moon I've ever played. It's kind of funny.
Well, Rune Factory.
Yes, I know. But still.
It is the protag. Oh wait, actually no, you haven't played Rune Factory 3, so I can't say it. Damn it, play it already, so I can be like, can I make comparisons?
Sorry, can't help you.
But let me help you by me telling you, go play that shit.
Yeah, sometime I might. Right now I'm gonna enjoy this one.
Right.
Christian dropped out of the call, by the way. That might be significant. Although it might be because he joined a different call to do whatever he was about to do. I don't know.
Thank God.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. I should have just brute forced it with him, but
Hey, look, server has disconnected. His internet's gone.
Oh.
Or he's restarting.
Well, you might as well stop the recording then for now.
I don't want to split it up, frankly.
Okay.
We can talk about random shit if we really have to, but I'd rather upload one video than two.
Okay, fair enough.
maybe give people a warning that there's a bit of downtime or something.
Well,
I
they
think
know
we can just
now.
put it- Well, yeah, we can just put it into the description saying here there's just innate
And then you can
conflict
annotate.
from here to here.
You can annotation for it, I think.
Yeah, I can add annotations to it saying, click here to skip to when Christian got back.
Right.
Or you can keep watching. Hear us talk about discuss whether making an annotation to skip this part or not, and then it sounds really weird.
Shush.
Because it's been done. if
Shut
you
up.
skip it.
Shush.
Shut up.
We so meta.
So meta. Oh, I know.
What?
This thing gets hard. Fuck this shit.
That's what
They
you get.
changed everything.
You
yeah,
wanted
no,
to play it,
no.
man.
No.
Yes.
Refudios.
What?
I finally helped. My brother finally caught up. We finally took down Brachydios in guild.
Ah, nice.
Got my Dios gun lance. Oh, good. Kill low rank Lagiacrus before he even starts limping.
Oh, I've been sitting in this chair too long today.
You might want to stretch there.
Well, yeah. Oh. Oh, what's
Damn,
that
it
called?
changed everything.
There we go. Yes, Izzy, I know you've said that like 7 times already.
I said it twice.
No, you haven't.
I have.
We have been meticulously keeping track.
I'm going to open up a notepad and start keeping track.
Go ahead.
Actually, I'll just keep tally marks on my DS. I'll just open up my notepad there. So I have it with me no matter where you mention it.
I apologize. My internet dropped out for no reason
We noticed.
at all. But I'm going to go ahead and add him to the call.
Is the server back up?
I guess I do have to restart the server.
Actually,
says
it might be
server-
back up just because it could reestablish the connection. Let's find out.
Right.
It doesn't.
Oh, okay then.
Alright, do you want me to disconnect and restart the server then?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. you
Oh,
have to,
somebody is
because
already
we
using
can't-
that player name.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You have to restart it because otherwise we can't log in.
Alright.
I mean, we could, but we would have to change our names, and that would be.
No, let's not do that, because then you guys don't have
Yeah.
vision, because that's how that works.
Then we have to
Do
change
that.
all the tokens.
So yeah, that wouldn't be worth it, I think.
That's assuming we even touch
Alright,
our
the
tokens
server's been
today.
restarted. Also, hello, Kevin. Or would you prefer that we call you Darkwind?
Greetings.
I don't think it matters at this point myself, but
Yeah.
that's his choice.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to shut up and mute myself again for now.
That is fine. Alrighty. There we go.
Now you got push to talk.
Let me make sure that. Alright, so is everyone reconnected to the server? I see Udadoc, I see Enoch, Cardaff, Kaladin, Belkar. Who else is there? Oh yeah, there's Izzy. Izzy!
Yes, he is here.
Reconnect!
It's quiet.
Sorry, but we must.
There you go, Princess.
Yes, well, and yeah, Lyra should look tiny, actually. Because all these other ones. Alright. Essentially, I'm not sure if you. It's actually. I'm pretty sure I said this. But essentially, none of the councils are actually this big. You know for a fact that Geethra isn't that big. Like, he's not like hugging size for a Executor Golem. These are essentially grand illusion spells that are being cast so that, you know, you get a bigger, more projected image of these high counselors here.
I gotta get me one of those.
Well, it's just major illusion of a huge size.
Oh, well, yeah, that would do it. I can do that.
Yes, you can.
I can scare a shitload of orcs with a Tarask, too.
That was hilarious. I've still not forgotten that. Except you did it with the Requiem Beetle, and that was fucking hilarious, because you're like,
Well, I did
And
it
then
twice.
you
I did it
I
twice.
didn't even recall your actual one.
I did it once with the Tarask, and I did it once with the Requiem Beetle.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. So, where was I before I stopped talking? I believe I just...
Traveling around the world.
With Red Quest, with Red Quest, yes. Harkon goes, of course. Harkon goes, given Red Quest input, I believe it's important that we move along. It appears that you are not in objection to her exploring in the world a bit before she eventually joins us as a member of the High Council. Arion nods his head. He goes, right. We of... oh, God, I can't believe I just forgot the name of his city. That's so bad of me, because I just had it in my mind. Let's open up Known World, Travana, and my giant... Yes, it's Eighth Sin. Okay, I was right. It is Eighth Sin. Just didn't want to mispronounce it. All right. We of Eighth Sin have no qualms or anything like that with her delaying her ritual to awaken herself. I myself stand at the ready at any given moment to perform the ritual needed to awaken her high elven blood. But as I said, this isn't particularly the best time of the year for me. This is, as I said, when the Saha Gwen tend to like to try and do their invasions. Which, speaking of that, I'll need to have a word with you about adjusting military forces so that I can have some aid. Hargren nods his head as he goes, and what of you, Hope Rule? Hope Rule says, if you wouldn't mind coming back to me a little bit later, I'm currently foreseeing how this would work out. Hargren smiles. He's like, I would hope you would. If that's the case, Star Trekker, you seem rather opposed to the idea. Star Trekker goes, well, I'm simply opposed to the idea of her going to the outside world and dying. I'm also fearful of what too much outside influence might do to her. Perhaps making her too free a spirit is a bad thing. So I agree there. Being a free spirit is something that is only seen as beneficial here. Free thinking allows for us to make informed decisions and allows for us to, as a whole, bring a different variety of opinions to this council. Star Trekker kind of, and says, well, I remain opposed to the idea, though. Hargren moves on to Sagitha as he just simply looks at his possession. He's like, as Sagitha goes, you already know I have no objections to this. As a matter of fact, I think it would only be a learning and growing experience for the girl. Harker nods his head. He turns to Cloudclaw. As Cloudclaw goes, speaking strictly from what I got from my examinations from her yesterday, her time in the outside world seems to have done only good for her. She is physically fit, she's strong, magically able, and her personality, her psychology, and most everything about her are in good condition. As far as I see it, going out into the real world would only make her more healthy and allow for her to come back in a better state. Harker nods as he says, and what of you, High Counselor Shadekiller? I'm opposed to the idea. I don't think it's a wise idea to send her out into the world of humans. They may accidentally kill her, believing her just to be some regular elf, not understanding the full implications of what she is. And I, for one, would think it a great loss if we were to lose a high elf such as herself to such petty squabbles or such... Oh, God, I lost my... my thoughts? No! Come back to me! Okay. I will get this train of thought back. I swear.
Off the rails.
Don't you do it. Don't you get me off rail. Right. Or to such whimsy as simply wanting to see the world because you want to see it. Harker nods his head. He's like, I see that as a reasonable decision. Hope Rule. By the way, if you had been looking at Hope Rule, you'd notice that her head was tilted slightly up, and her eyes, which normally should have the color about of every hive, which should have a slight glow, were glowing a bit more than usual, and she appeared to have been doing some kind of chanting. I.e., she was performing a scrying or a seeing on the future.
Mm-hmm.
As she doesn't appear to be done with this yet. Harkon waits until her head is back at normal level, and she appears ready to speak, and Harkon goes, and Hope Rule, what did your scrying tell you? This would be nothing but beneficial. She would in time return, and she would only return the better for it. I say that we let her do it, says Hope Rule, as she nods her head a few times. Harkon goes, well, with so many people finding this in favor, I can't oppose the action myself. And seeing as even our greatest seer, oh God, so much trouble. Seeing as this could only work to our benefit, we are willing to give you the time that you need to explore the world. Lyra nods her head as she says, Lyra appreciates this. Oh God. Oh God, no!
No!
Alright. Lyra appreciates this. Harkon goes, no. There's no need to appreciate this. We see it as only being to our benefit at this point. That being said, about how long do you expect to be traveling? Lyra thinks about it for a bit unsure, as Sagithra, almost instinctively knowing that she's going to say something stupid, because you notice that she looks back at you for a bit. Sagithra says, I think that this is not something that you can really place a time on. I think 100 years is a good estimate of how long she'll be traveling. Harkon kind of looks at him a bit suspiciously. He goes, how can you be so sure that 100 years is the time? Well, she already seems to have had quite a bit of experience, and it makes sense that 100 years is not too long a time, but not too short a time to gain reasonable amount of experience. Harkon nods his head. Yep. Harkon nods his head. He's like, well, that makes sense then. Does 100 years' time seem reasonable enough for you? Lyra, as if coming to realize something, nods her head yes, as High Councilor Harkon goes, good, we will give you a 100 years pardoning before we expect to see you here again. Before we allow you to leave, though, we do still have some questions that we need to ask you. For this, we will ask that your bodyguard please leave the room.
Kaladin takes a deep bow, and I guess he's going to wait for an escort, or does he have to make his own way out?
As you stand there for a while, the High Counselor's kind of... Would you stand there for about 5 minutes?
I know 5 minutes. He's not dumb enough to stand there for 5 minutes. Like,
okay. After
like
you stand there for about a minute, Redquest tells you, Kaladin, you may leave of your own disclosure. Our guards will lead you back to whatever room you wish to stay in.
I apologize. I thought they'd come in and escort me out. As he turns around, looks back one more time at Lyra, and moves off.
To outer space. All right. So you are escorted back to your own room, and After an hour of such time passes, Lyra returns. As a matter of fact, I point out she returns to you, not to the room they had told her she had to stay in. And when she does return, you know, with her at that time is Sagithra and you know that blue-skinned elf Iliaro?
Yeah.
With him too. They are probably about 10 steps behind her though, and they appear to be laughing and smiling.
Callan tilts his head. And
Lyra sees you. It looks like she hesitates to try and do something and simply says, "It's good to see you again, Kaladin."
yes, it is, my lady.
Sagithra and Iliaro are now close enough, like, you know, within talking distance at this moment. Okay.
So, what happened?
My friend's asking me. This is also one of my friend's Crucible tests because he's trying to figure out how to use map tools, so I'm going to teach him how. This is actually a good tutorial for a lot of people for how to use map tools, so. Trying to remember. I have to add him to the Hamachi group, correct?
Implying there's room.
Sky Pirates Bitches 3 has room.
There's bitches 3?
Yeah, my thoughts
Yeah,
exactly.
There's Sky Pirates Bitches 2, Sky Pirates Bitches 3, Sky Pirates Bitches 1, and then there's Xenos Purging Party.
Do any of them even have room in them? Because I remember we had problems and had to get everyone in different rooms.
Sky Pirates Bitches 3 has 3 out of 5 filled, so we still have room for one more person in Sky Pirates Bitches 3.
This reminds me. Oh no, wait. You need to be involved in that one, don't you? No, wait.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to broadcast my IP address for everyone to hear because that's bad.
Bad decisions. By the way, isn't that your old PC still connected in the original Sky Pirates one?
Yes, and I don't understand how. I don't know how it's still connected in there, to be honest.
Well, you could always remove it.
I could, couldn't I?
That might help.
I'm actually, believe it or not, this PC is now a member of Sky Pirate Bitches 1.
I know. You're part of Xenos Purging Party. I know that much.
Right.
Because that's how I'm connected to you.
Which is funny, because that means me and you are only connected through Cybot then. It's just Cybot, truly the force that unites us all.
Well, technically that was Robot. But anyway.
Oh. Okay, never mind then. I'm just letting him know.
I want to be the Lich.
Alright, do not say the password, but does anyone remember the password to Sky Pirates Bitches 3? Do not say it.
You're
Put
funny.
it in the chat. I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
I don't remember a password to any of these.
I'm not even part of Sky Pirates 3, so I couldn't know. Literally not.
Okay, Izzy's always on it. And yep, and Izzy, I was right. Thank you, Izzy, for confirming the password.
No problem.
And yes, and Josh, you were also right about what the password is. He hadn't downloaded Hamachi. How about that?
Well, he's got to settle that later, don't he?
Yep.
Let's have...
Oh, God. Yes, that is kind of the reason why that has that name. That is kind of the reason why that has that password. All right, so getting back on track. So, Sagritha and Eliaro are now within talking distance as Sigithra goes, Kaladin, I hope everything that happened today was to your liking.
To my liking, a bit of yes and no, but things did go all right in ways.
Sigithra kind of looks a bit surprised. He's like, oh, did you not find satisfaction?
Well, no, I'm saying it works out perfect. Well, perfectly, no. Great, yes. But what happened when I was gone? I mean, is that something you can tell me?
Sigithra kind of chuckles a bit as Iliara goes, you don't really have to worry about that too much. All we asked her while we was gone were a few personal questions. We did a bit of examination of her, determined what her greatest talent was. By the way, excellent singer, by the way. I was almost moved to tears, and I have to listen to sirens sing. That tells you something.
Well, it's always nice to hear people complimenting Lyra's skill.
Right then. There are a few things in order for us to let you leave.
Right.
I'm going to let Iliaro take care of this, as I myself need to be prepared because I need to be back at my estate by early tomorrow morning to ensure that I don't leave your your friend in care of my estate for too long.
Right.
Then I'm a bit worried about my apprentices. He says as he actually gives you a small bow and walks off. Iliaro turns to you as he extends his webbed he extends his webbed hand to you.
Kaladin will shake it without any problems because Murloc.
It's actually a bit slimier than Murloc. There's no really scales. It's more like smooth skin.
Implying the alchemical materials Kaladin messes with doesn't feel worse.
Right.
Implying living with a rat is any worse.
Ha! Good point. Iliaro goes, well, it's nice to meet you. Name's Iliaro. I'm the High Counselor for Aethersin and representative of the Sea Elves. God, Sigithra said he told you a bit about me. What did he tell you about me? Did he spread any bad rumors about me?
No. You two are great friends, and he shared that info with me that you are a great man.
He kind of pauses for a moment.
I can see why you don't like Sahagwin with you being at war with them, so that's understandable.
He kind of looks at you for a bit. He's like, now, let me clear this up. Not all Sahagwin are quote-unquote bad, but most don't like us CLs and would like to stab us multiple times and eat us alive. So any dislike I have of Sahagwin comes mostly from just my dislike of, well, being stabbed to death. That's a pretty high dislike. I can't imagine too many people want to be stabbed to death.
That's fair enough. I understand that. I mean, I don't like fire ants if they bit me.
I'm just going to point out that you smell like you got a bit of Sahagwin on you.
Yes. He's a friend of mine on the ship I work at. Nice fellow. Cooks a damn good meal.
Sahagwin cook. That is interesting. Right then, my job here, or at least what I wanted to do, I made this very clear, I just want to make sure that you guys get around the city, see how it is, actually make sure that this last bit of your trip is a nice time. I don't get to come to Javana that often, so this is actually a good opportunity for me to get to explore the city again, see how it's changed a bit in the past 30 years, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna take you. I'm gonna take you around the city a bit, show you around. Hopefully, you have a good time. Well, at least that's what Sagitha told me, to make sure that you have a good time.
Cool.
Let's see. Hold on, I'm getting the password. All right, so he's like, I'm going to give you two a moment to get ready, and looks at Eliza's dress. Give you time to get out of that big, hulking, not walking around in kind of dress. As he walks over, he's like, I'll meet you at the front of the temple. And with that, he leaves.
Okay. Nice fellow.
Lyra nods his head. She's like, he is fairly nice. He's a bit, comes off a bit stronger than Sagitha, but... Oh no, Lyra does not dislike him.
Right. Well, let's try to not keep him waiting. Let's get you changed.
Lyra would like to point out that while she was able to get into this dress, she will not be able to get out of it by herself, because Lyra had people come into her room in order to assist her in putting on the dress. Yeah, I'd also like to note that you don't remember any people coming into the room.
Wait. How?
Lyra
he said that out loud. How?
Lyra found that some members of the staff here are in access to teleportation, and they were simply using that to get into Lyra's room.
So how many people actually got in last night?
If Lyra was keeping proper count, 6 people.
You know what? We'll talk about this later. I don't... Nah, never mind. Let's just... let's get you... Do you want to get changed, or do you want to walk around in that?
Lyra looks at you as if someone would say, she's like, do you really think Lyra wants to stay in this big, poofy dress?
Callan kind of, raises his elbows like, well, I have to ask.
Lyra needs help taking the dress off.
Well, no problems here. Of course I'll help.
So, you guys try to Lyra.
It's complicated.
I would like to point out that there are no guards, or there are no guards watching this time as you guys go to her room.
Doesn't mean security cameras are down.
So Lyra turns around expecting you to unzip said dress. Now let's see if you can unzip a dress.
Do I really have to roll that?
Yes, because I say you do.
You're fucking kidding me. What bonus? Dexterity?
It's a dexterity check.
Okay, that's all right with me, I guess. That's with a +3, so it's 11.
That is not a pass. So you struggle trying to get the dress as you.
Can I take a 10?
No.
All right.
This is a check that implies failure. Alrighty. So you continue to try and unzip the dress. And
Level, zipper, elves. What's with this? Why can't it be easy?
Laura notices that you're struggling. She's like, Calvin, do you need assistance in helping unzip Lyra?
Yes, because I can't open it myself.
Strength check.
Yes, this is where you switch to strength check. Just you must save your masculinity, good sir.
My strength is worse than my dex.
He rolls a 20 and rips the dress. Clean off.
What is that 17 for? Oh,
No, sorry.
the 1d20 plus 1 is your strength check, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well, guess what you did?
Oh, no. Don't take that roll because the second roll, the 17 doesn't count because that was me fixing my numpad. So it's the 10 plus 1, which is 11. That's the one you take. Sorry.
All right. You also cannot force it unzipped, it seems.
Oh, I know. Wait, I do have something. I have, like, lube. I think.
What?
God damn it.
I would like to point out they still haven't returned the majority of your alchemy supplies, but yes, you do still have, like, the lubrications and stuff.
I do have solvent.
Dissolve
I
the
could do
dress.
No. Potion of burrow? No.
Why would? What?
You can dig the zipper. I have it. I have a potion of burrow. You dig the zipper out, maybe? No? No? Okay.
No, you don't.
I'm just throwing ideas.
Just lube up your elf already.
Well, at this
Well,
point,
wait.
you could always just try and rip the dress off of her. By this point,
I'm not gonna rip the dress. It's a nice dress.
I was gonna
Or
say.
you could admit your failings and go get someone else to help you.
Step 1.
I'm not gonna get someone else to help me.
Step 1. Ask if she actually likes the dress.
Get the lube.
Step 2. Find a knife.
Couldn't you just use the arrowheads or your arrows to cut it open?
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Izzy. That was what I was gonna go to do next. Like use. Wait, do I actually have a lock? I don't have a lock picking set, but Wait, a disguise.
You know that dresses normally don't have locks to pick, right?
No, and then you should use the pick to kind of like dig at the zipper. And dude, I'm an engineer. I use things that aren't meant to be used for things, and I make them work.
You are an engineer. Kaladin is not.
You've never used like a long thing to pry something, or like you don't have to be an engineer to do that.
Everyone's done that once, but you probably shouldn't do that on a skin that's on a dress that's right next to somebody's skin.
It's not gonna be.
Try talking to the zipper and see if talking to it will make it unzip.
Go ahead, zipper.
Just charm the dress off. That works, right?
Well,
maybe if I was
that,
charming enough
yes,
to just explode.
The actual answer is no, but theoretically, yes.
If you're charismatic enough, you can
Lyra.
make her take the dress off on her own.
Like, I don't freaking know. Like, short of blowing this dress off your body right now, this zipper ain't moving.
Lyra pauses at that comment. She's like, Lyra did not realize that you were so much in the mood.
No! Not the time. Not the time.
Totally was thinking about it. All right. Lyra says, well, Kaladin, if you cannot get the dress off me, then just simply find someone who can. She seems disappointed in you.
Well, excuse me for trying to fight a DC 15 zipper.
DC 14.
What about can I use a magic device or sleight of hand to do something about it?
Nope, this is not a magic device. And perhaps you could use sleight of hand. But sleight of hand
Can
is
I do
normally
that?
stealing stuff. If anything, it'd be disable device. Because clearly this. So what now?
Clearly, this is a
the
trap.
Yes.
This is a trap zipper planted by the elves.
Disable device. Here's my roll. Fuck you.
Okay, so Kaladin, after seeing the look of disappointment on her face, decides to give it another go, and notices there is a tiny latch near the zipper that prevents it from being unzipped. And you open this latch and then are able to unzip it easily as she holds up the dress and tells you to get out.
He'll turn around, close his eyes.
All right. She tells you to turn around, eventually, obviously being back in her regular clothes. And, yes. There is...
You know what's going to happen now, Lyra? When we go out there and Ophidan sees me all red, well, actually, he won't see the red, but all tired and stuff, he's going to think weird things. And I know it. It's going to happen.
Lyra kind of moves you for a moment. Lyra sees this being no problem for her at all. This seems like only a problem for Kaladin.
It puts ideas in people's heads. Whatever. Let's go.
Lyra shrugs her shoulders, and you guys go to the front to meet Iaro. As he sees the two of you, he's like, so that's what her regular clothes look like. Yeah, don't wear that dress again. It looked, well, you look pretty in a dress, blah, blah, blah. You gotta tell that to the ladies. That's what I was told. But whatever. You look better in regular clothes.
Something, pompous elves. Am I doing this right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right then. So I'm going to start by giving you guys a small tour to say, we'll start. Well, you've already seen the High Council's temple, I'm assuming. Yes, you guys got a tour of it, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. There are quite a few places we can take you to. See, I wouldn't really take you to the Center of Trade Commerce because that's not really a place you want. It's not really a place you want to go and visit. I could take you to some place where there's some good restaurants, or you both are magic users, right?
Kaladin nods.
I could take you to the academy.
Kaladin kind of puts a finger up and maybe not the best idea.
He looks at you strange. You don't want to go to the, biggest magical academy in known existence as a person who uses
No, it's not. I don't want to go. It's more like I may or may not be able to actually cannot go. Possibly.
I'm a High Counselor of this entire damn continent. Who's going to tell me no? No one.
Another High Counselor?
Oh, Shade Killer wouldn't say a damn thing to me.
Well, if you say so. Right,
and this is the rest of your stuff, he says, throwing you a pack. He's like, they almost forgot to give this back to you, and Sigithra made sure that you got it.
Yes, that would be a great loss if I lost everything in my bag.
Alrighty then. Let's be off with this then. He says as he whistles, and a carriage with two raptors on the front of it and a very very nicely dressed elf guy, almost in like butler suit. Tips his hat at you guys. Good morning. Where am I taking you to? We're looking to go to the Mages College, if you would. Nods his head. And Earl goes ahead and opens the door. He's like, ladies first. Lyra steps in. And Lyra steps in first and he goes, I said ladies first. Looking at you.
For this one time, because I'm not really going to see this guy as often, takes off his mask and like, really? So he makes the face
He looks
like,
at you for a moment.
really?
He's like, blah. Old lady?
No, he puts it back on. He goes in anyway.
He's like, I don't see humans too much, living underwater, so I can't really tell the male from the female. I know the biggest difference has something to do within the pants.
You're not
Alrighty.
getting in there anytime soon, buddy.
I don't think that was his intention. All right, so you guys go ahead and ride off to the college. And as I've described the college before, big, impressive building. Well, buildings, but we call it one facility. Gated, and you see a lot of people. You see a lot of mages walking around. You see a few people that even practicing spells out in the courtyard. As a matter of fact, you might notice that you notice that there is a small group of mages being led by clearly a teacher. And you notice Isis is amongst the group.
Callan kind of nudges Lyra. He's like, hey, look, it's Isis.
Isis, bleh, my God, what am I doing? Stop it. Drink more water. Okay, Lyra looks over and does see Isis, and she goes, oh, so she is learning magic here. Should we go and say hi?
You think it's okay, High Counselor Ophidan?
He thinks about it for a moment. He's like, I've interrupted for us coming here before. He pokes his out to the driver. Hey, go ahead and stop here if you would. The carriage comes to a brief halt, and he jumps out. As he goes, you guys coming?
Callan opens the door and lets Lyra out first.
He's like, always the constant gentleman bodyguard, right? Yeah, that kind of thing.
He just nods.
He's like, right, so which one of these people over here are we pestering?
That group over there, as he points to Isis's group.
Yes, awesome. He goes ahead and makes his way over as the teacher.
Wait, did he actually say that?
What? Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. It wasn't out of character or anything.
No, this is how he's actually like. He walks over to the group that you have pointed at, as the teacher kind of stands up straight and as she goes, High Counselor, I was not expecting to see you. You can skip the formalities today. What are you teaching over here exactly? We're teaching transmutation spells. We're teaching them some of the basics, how to transmute rock to mud, mud to rock, that kind of thing. Nods his head. Yes. Any student in particular you think really got a hang on this? Thinks about it for a moment. Well, we did have a new transfer in, and she's proving to be promising. No, which one is it? That would be the blonde-haired half-elf in the back. He's like, mind if I borrow her for a bit? The teacher looks a bit astounded. She's like, do you have a reason for borrowing this student? We are kind of in the middle of a lesson here. It'll be fine. Let's see, you said transmutation, right? She nods her head. She's like, Well, I know a bit about transmutation and all. Studied under the school for a bit. It's not my specialty, but I probably can show a few tricks. I guarantee you when she comes back, she'll only come back wiser at the end of the day. 100%. Teacher nods her head as he's like, come with me. I just kind of astounded and surprised by the whole incident of what is going on. Walks off with him and over to you guys over the carriage. She sees you two and she kind of, oh.
Callan kind of does that, that silly ass wiggling your fingers wave.
Isis looks at you. She's like, did you guys do this?
Well, we saw you, and I figured we'd maybe see you here since heard a few things you might be studying. May have studied here before. I can't remember the exact details.
She looks over to the High Counselor, and she goes, are you really a High Counselor, or are you just some guy that they are claiming is a High Counselor? Ilya kind of laughs. Is like, I think that is the funniest thing I've ever been asked. But yes, I am actually a High Counselor, and probably looks around. Probably shouldn't talk to me like that. She realizes her error and turns up and she goes, sorry. That's okay. I prefer that kind of attitude to me. I personally can't stand the whole stuck up, I'm a High Counselor, look at me attitude. Right then. These guys are your friends, right? Isis nods her head. Lyra comes over and says, it's been a while since Lyra has seen you. How have you been, Isis? Isis kind of nods her head. She's like, oh, I've been fine. Been progressing well in my studies and all that. I'm beginning to think it's better for me to stay here. Lyra seems a bit taken aback by this. As Isis turns to Kaladin, and she says, have you seen Enoch in these past 2 days by any chance?
Unfortunately not. I've been, had an extended welcome at the High Council Temple as they were asking us a few questions there.
Shakes nods his head. He's like, yeah, well, they've been known to do that from time to time. Isis goes, if you happen to see him before I do, can you do me a favor and let him know that I want to see him before you guys leave? Just one more time.
Fair enough. I'll inform him as soon as I see him.
She nods her head. She's like, right. I would stay and talk, but I honestly think I need to get back to my classes. And she says, like, no, they're only teaching you basic, like, transmutation stuff. I know that stuff. I can teach you up to intermediate level transmutation and stuff. And because of what I said,
a piece of cake.
And because of what I said, I don't want to leave a bad impression, so I do need to teach you something before the end of the day. These two have a neat kind of a guy. Well, you know what? I think that turns to the carriage driver for a bit. He's like, how well do you know the city? The carriage driver says, I know every single nook and cranny of the city, sir. Give these two a tour of the city, if you would, or just take them wherever they want to go. I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to take this lovely young peach of a girl, and I'm going to teach her some good transmutation spells of my own time. He turns back to you two. He goes, I may not be back in time to teach you to finish up with your tour. But I hope you guys have a good time. Yeah?
Sure. Thanks for your
Not
time.
to get in any trouble.
Right. So, shall we, Lyra?
Lyra nods her head quite happily. Nigga, she's been waiting for you two to have time alone.
Right. And Callan looks back to Isis like, you take care of yourself, Isis.
Isis nods, she's like, I will. With that, Iliaro and Isis walk off. He seems to be, leading the conversation, like he's been doing for quite some time. As the carriage driver goes, all right, sorry, I don't exactly know your names.
Lyra and Kaladin.
Lyra and Kaladin. My name is Ganavir. Where am I taking you?
Looks for Lyra.
Lyra thinks about it for a moment as she goes, Lyra would like to see the edges of the town, if you would. Someplace that's not as busy as the center. A bit more quiet. Preferably with good scenery. Ganavir thinks about it for a moment. He's like, I think I know a place. I may have to go tell my dog to go shut up. Give me a moment.
CA.
I'm back.
Just out of concern for the other players, I think.
Oh no, I did not intend to roleplay the rest of this out.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, to keep things short, because this is what I was going to do, you guys have a lovely day together, seeing the lovely sights of the town of the city of Nirvana. The outskirts are very much in contrast to the main city, where the main city has like its crystalline glass-looking spires and such, and has that pristine, clean beauty to it. The outside of the city is somewhat wild, a bit more of the tamed kind of wild, but still it has that foresty feel that you had back in Neowin. The people are very kind and very nice to you guys, quite possibly because they think Lyra is a high elf and they're treating her with, the utmost respect. So, in short, you guys have a great day. And when it comes to nighttime, you guys... I think I had it at checking notes. Yes, you guys essentially are allowed to sleep wherever you want. So you guys weren't allowed to leave the city of Nirvana per se, but you were allowed to sleep anywhere you wanted in Nirvana.
I have no problem sleeping anywhere really.
All right. With no real clear objectives and such, we'll just say that you guys stay at a random inn/tavern. Cool?
Cool, I guess. Yeah, that works.
Good enough. Of course, free of charge, by the way.
Ah, okay.
All right. So, now we switch back to everybody else.
Sorry, guys.
Alrighty. So, by the way, I'm just going to point out, Kaladin and Lyra will be making their way back to the ship at around noon. Of course, the majority of you guys.
Is everybody still here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm here.
I'm sorry, Robot. Did
you fall asleep or something?
I almost did. I'm awake.
I'm sorry.
Time for some cunt destroying, it seems. Josh, I was about to say, Josh was away, though.
Okay, so is he here?
That's the question.
Izzy's always here. Izzy's been watching Dota with a mixture of reading Game of Thrones and Spaghetti&Dragons.
Totally
Alrighty.
paying attention.
Oh, Oh, I have been paying attention. They saw ISIS. Everything's cool. They saw someone who's having a war with the Saga Gwen. I'm paying attention.
Alrighty.
The one guy had slimy hands.
Anyway, so
Alright, so it is around noon. You know, the guards arrived and stuff, and they simply said that you guys need to make your way to the city at some point to clear up the misunderstanding.
What misunderstanding?
Well, a high counselor has been murdered, even if it wasn't you guys, technically.
Wait.
And, yep, he was a high counselor.
That asshole?
Yep.
I knew that. Did no one else?
I thought he was just captain of the Raptor of the
Calvin
Night.
technically knows, but he doesn't know he's dead.
I thought he was captain of the Raptor of the Night. But I guess not. He's not captain of the Raptor of the Night. Okay.
anyway,
Not anymore. If you're dead, you can't exactly be the captain of something anymore.
True enough.
bureaucracy can make many things possible. Anyway,
Yes. Alrighty. So, you guys, that's right, you guys had gone back to the ship at some point. Sagitha made his comments about it, that you guys need to pick up some grav sails at some point. The only place he knows that you guys can pick them up. He's back at his estate, though, and you guys are on board the ship. And around this time, Lyra and Kaladin are making their, wait a second, no, that's my bad. Sagitha had come to escort you guys back to the city. My bad.
Right.
I was a bit off there. Sorry, I normally listen to last session's recording before we start, so I
Don't
get
worry
a
about it.
refresher of where we left off, but I kind of didn't have the chance. That's absolutely my bad.
don't worry about it. So, where is everyone now? Just to make that clear, we're all on the same page.
All right, we will say that you guys are on board the ship at the moment. Sagitha is waiting to escort you guys to Nirvana, and at this point, it is probably late noon, which means Kaladin and Lyra should be arriving back on the ship by this point.
But obviously, I think that is before Enoch left for meeting Isis, right? I assume?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if you do come back to the ship and Kaladin does see you, and so Kaladin will relay the information that Isis does want to see Enoch before we leave Nirvana one more time.
Something tells me you're going to put him in a bad mood when you mention that. That's not your
I have
fault.
to tell the captain.
I know, it's your responsibility.
Right. Well, I already knew what she was thinking anyway, but, yeah. Not pleased, obviously.
Alrighty.
Now.
Well, the thing is, the majority of you have to make your way to Nirvana in order to
Right.
get this
Done. Yeah.
misunderstanding cleared up.
Yeah. So, might as
So
well
no, you
everyone
guys,
involved go, yeah.
I'd like to point out you guys are technically just missing Lyra and Kaladin making their way back to the ship. But the people who need to go are obviously Belkar and his little rat companion, Mr. Scruffy, Cardav, Murloc, Jack, Udadok, Donna, Ultras, Mogget, and Astrid. And yourself, Enoch, also included in that list. Oh yeah, Jack as well. Before I
You
forget.
said Jack twice.
Right,
did?
Lolok was there. You're right.
I didn't feel no
Well,
harm.
Jack is just that important.
No, actually, he has learned the secrets of asexual reproduction. We have 2 now.
We're
Oh, God.
doomed.
Anyway. All right.
The blackest
we're making
samurais.
Samurais. Anyway, we're making our way there then, I suppose. No way around it. Or no good reason to avoid it too much.
I put on my helmet.
All right, when you guys arrive in the main city, mostly because I feel I should describe it again. Outskirts of the city are still foresty, but you guys can see the main city as you approach it. the giant, I can't really say glass, crystalline-looking spires of the High Council's temple, the impressive, gigantic Mage's College in the distance, and a few, basic town and city places. Nothing really important. Just those two things need to be pointed out in particular. It's a very clean city. The air is very pure. The water is the cleanest that you've seen pretty much anywhere. And yeah. So Yithra, as he arrives back in town, kind of, I did not want to be back here so soon, I must say.
Well, let's hope it won't take too long.
Nods his head. Right then, I'm going to take care of the preparations. Meet me at you see that crystalline structure out in the distance?
Well, I assume I do. Yes, I do.
I need you all to meet me at the front of it in an hour.
Okay.
Otherwise, the Javanan Knights here will come to bring you there. Most likely by not pleasurable means.
We will be there.
Ultras with Ace Knight comment. Yes, because everything about this has been very pleasurable.
Quiet. Quiet agreement, I assume.
Yes.
Now then.
All right, so Enoch is clearly headed off to the college. What about the rest of you?
Exactly.
Well, I am going to wait until we can move this up.
Would you like to know the actual answer of what you guys are doing?
Sure.
The answer is the second that Enoch leaves you and the keeper does, around 6 Raptor Knights come and surround you.
Oh boy.
I can't breathe. Oh, fuck it.
Deal with it like a man.
I should not be. You're still in town. You haven't hit the ship back yet.
I put my hand down towards Velcro and lower his hand. Hello there. How can we help you?
Yeah, we've noticed that you came into the city completely unannounced, and the majority of you are lacking escorts, and I'm counting at least 3 of you as being high-priority targets.
Calmly, the captain.
Yes.
We got trouble.
What's up?
What did you not say?
What's the problem?
Apparently, 6 Raptor Knights came as soon as you left and said that they noticed we came in here unannounced and they noticed 3 high priority targets.
I.e. Donna, Ultras, and Murloc.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Why not stick with Meadle next time? Enoch will make his way back.
All right. Enoch, of course, makes his way back. It takes him a few minutes, during which time more Javanan Knights continue to arrive. Enoch, of course, makes his return when there are around 12 of them here now, all armed and ready, but he, of course, taking no real action, just kind of talking, as they're like,
I am very sorry for this. For some reason, my entourage lost track of me, apparently. I am very sorry for any inconvenience caused.
The Javanan Knights kind of figure, no, as long as you're escorting them, there's no problem to be had. Just make sure they don't get separated from you again. We understand that everyone is meant to keep their own specific kind of company. However, we the people of Dravana would appreciate it if you kept certain
Yes,
members under close supervision. So looking to Ultras, then Donna, then Murloc.
I absolutely understand. I'm very sorry.
Nods his head as the majority of them clear out, a couple sticking behind just to keep an eye on things.
And now you stick with me. And I'm back to the college.
And we follow. I follow. And hoping everyone else follows.
Yeah.
I'll do whatever the hell I want.
Follow.
Exactly.
These strong, independent gnome wizards.
All right. So, you guys... All right. So, you guys, of course, arrive at the college gates. When you guys do arrive, you guys can, in the distance, see a few of the classes taking place. Enoch, roll me a perception check, please.
Alrighty. That was could be better. A 17.
All right, that is a pass. All right, so out in the distance, you do in fact see Isis. However, rather than being with a class and a group of students, you notice that she is talking with another guy at the moment, a blue-skinned, quite tall sea elf who carries himself with somewhat of an air of authority. Oh, you know what? Actually, you can roll me an intelligence check to try and recognize who he is. Actually, no, that'd be wisdom. My bad.
Oh, well, not too bad.
Well, how about that? That is a pass. That is Eliaro Ophidan. You know he is close friends with Sagithra, and it is curious as to why he is talking to Lyra at the moment. I mean, not Lyra, Isis. God damn my mind.
To be fair, you have been using that name for a while now, so it's not surprising. Can I get to them without basically stepping anywhere where I shouldn't be?
No one seems to stop you guys as you walk through the gates. I would point that out.
Okay. Then I will make my way there.
You guys make your way into the front door, through the front gates of the college, and you make your way over to where those two are. Of course, your entourage following not too far behind. Isis has her back turned to you, but Eliaro does spot you.
I just look at them.
I need a moment. Someone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Eliaro kind of pauses for a moment, seeing you, and then taps Lyra. Taps Isis on
Just give up.
the shoulder. Well, the problem is I'm technically doing a conversation with Lyra at the moment. At the same time I'm doing this, which is kind of causing the confusion.
Well.
So he taps Isis on the shoulder as she turns around and sees you. And kind of startled, does a small jump.
Hello.
You two talking for a bit as Isis kind of waves you over.
Well, I move closer. Hello, Isis. And hello, Counselor.
He nods his head. He's like, you're the Enoch she was talking about.
Afraid so, yes. So, what are you up to?
Isis kind of goes, I was just talking to the High Counselor here. He spent most of yesterday teaching me some intermediate level transmutation spells, and he was talking about doing some continued lessons with me today after he settled some business.
Ah. Well, sounds like you're integrating yourself well.
She nods her head as she looks at Ilyara for a moment. She's like, can I ask that you, Ilyara, taking the hint, says, I'm certain I have something I need to do. Hey, look at that. I see a bunch of people standing behind you who need to be introduced to me, he says as he walks past you, patting you on the shoulder.
I like this guy.
I bet like this guy. Jesus, he's cool.
When he isn't looking and making his way to the group, Enoch is actually going to wipe his shoulder once.
Well, all right. So we'll start with Isis, and then we'll go with him talking to you guys for that short while, and then we'll get on to the major meat of this. Okay. So, Isis, I'm guessing Kaladin delivered the message then.
Well, we talked yesterday as well, so yeah. But yeah, I heard everything.
I have come to a decision on what I'm going to do.
Okay.
And I didn't want to just do this through a message or any sort of bad means, but I know I'm going to stay here.
Okay.
This is something that I think is better for me. I understand it's a bit unfair to you, but
No. You're. That's a smart decision.
I feel that this place is oddly
Better
enough.
for you.
Yes, it's better for me, and it's the kind of life I should be living. I'm not saying I haven't enjoyed the time I've spent on board the ship, but I feel that I'm not at my most comfortable there.
Oh, wow. I mean, that would be an incredible reversal, Josh. I mean, damn. You need a lot more relationship points for that one.
Rat, I feel there's something I haven't been telling you this entire time.
And obviously, Enoch was actually just being tsundere for the rat. It's
clearly. All right.
Anyway, on to more serious matters, though.
Yes.
But now I kind of less. Yes. This is more appropriate for her. Blah blah blah. Okay. Well. Well, glad we're in agreement. Yeah, I said that as well.
I just nodded her head. She's like, Ilyara was actually talking to me this morning, and that.
This morning, right?
Oh God! Make it stop.
Something private lessons.
Yes. Arrow says he's going to be here for a while, and seeing as they're not going to allow me into the high-level classes for at least 2 months, Ilyaro said that he was going to take some of the time, and because he was told by Sagithra that you're a he said that you're a close friend of Sagithra's, and that as a favor he was going to teach me some of the higher levels. Oh my freaking God! Stop with the puns. Okay. That he was going to teach me some of the transmutation spells earlier than I would have access to them. Slimy fish sticks.
Okay, anyway. Oh, I'm sure he'll teach you a lot of things.
She doesn't seem to like the sound of that.
Don't mind me. Sounds good.
As she goes, do you know exactly when it is that you plan to leave?
Well, we have done most of the things. We were done with most of the things here, so... Well, only a few more days.
She nods her head. And she goes, I don't think this will be the last time we see each other, but if it is, I've never been...
It's okay.
She nods her head and gives you a hug.
Hesitantly, he hugs her back.
She's like, I'm going to miss you a lot.
He's like sending someone off to college.
Well, it kind of is. I mean, damn.
I was going to point out that this is pretty much, that's
exactly what it is. I mean, damn. Anyway, I don't think that will be necessary. A few weeks, a few months, and you will have gotten used to this life here, and then I won't matter anymore, as it should be.
She lets go. A bit of a smile on her face. She's like, I don't intend to forget you easily, but if you happen to come to visit every once in a while, I'll be happy to see you.
Well, we'll see.
She nods her head and she goes, right, but tell Unadoc that as much as I've enjoyed the time spending under him as his assistant engineer, I'm going to miss him as well. I know that he was not the
most talkative kind.
Right. He's still a good guy. Treat Unadoc right for me, will you?
Sure. I prefer to have a good engineer as well.
He doesn't get a choice in the matter.
Like that's like, no. You don't understand. This is my ship, and you only pretend to own it.
I only allow you to order everything on it around. But
I just needed somebody to captain it for me.
Alrighty. That actually says, right. I don't know what really to say from here. I can't really go back to my classes at the moment because I don't hate the idea of learning from Iliaro, but I feel that he's more of a unconventional teacher than the actual teachers here. I would have much preferred their guidance, but
I could talk with him and then to leave you in peace for a while.
I would really, really like that because it's really hard to say no to him.
I'll take care of it.
Thank you, Enoch.
A goodbye gift, I assume, I guess.
Also, are you not going to tell her about the book and the incident?
You mean like with the Acadia stuff?
Yes.
Well, I suppose you have a point, but...
Yes.
I mean, the thing is, I already warned her about the general situation when we did the comm ring.
Right.
But you're right, I didn't go into any details, but I don't think he would, really.
Yeah, you are probably correct on that. Actually, that's my bad.
He would, however, tell her to, basically watch out and be careful.
Right. At this point, Isis removes her comm ring and hands it back to you as she goes, I think it's only fair that I give this back.
Hey, yeah, I mean, I don't have any real use for it at the moment. You can keep it if you want to.
She thinks about for a moment and puts it back on as she goes, I'll do that.
Okay. And I will actually hand her 10 platinum coins, basically as a goodbye gift, as it were, or what do you call it when someone leaves your employment and you give them a bonus, basically?
Severage.
Exactly.
Severance payment. Yep.
She responds back simply by giving you a kiss on the cheek, but
well,
that's about it.
Could be worse.
Mostly because it'd be inappropriate to do pretty much
anything else, really.
Yes.
Right.
Alrighty. So back to you guys who have been talking to AR for a moment. No real need to go into detail of what he's saying. He's just been kind of yammering on about such and such, how good Giovanna is, what they're doing, kind of asking you guys what you guys are doing here. Looked at Murloc for a bit, realized Murloc was not a bad guy, was like, that's pretty cool. Met a bro Saha Gwyn today. And at this point, Enoch has returned back to the conversation. Well, returned back to the group. He's going, oh, yeah. So, I was actually told about the Saha Gwyn.
Mm-hmm.
You can cook, right? Murloc can cook, yes. Murloc not main cook. That job belonged mostly to Cardaff. Cardaff much better cook.
If you say so.
They're a good duo.
You're back.
Yes, I am.
Take care of business?
Yeah. I have a small thing to talk about, though, with you, High Counselor. I suppose you know my relationship with Seahart? Or I have a general idea?
You were his apprentice.
Exactly. Anyway, this might sound a little weird, but I think the young lady would do much better in just under the normal education as done here. I don't think you need to give her any special lessons.
He thinks about that for a moment. He's like, well, I guess you're right. I don't have to give any special lessons. Still, I guess I could come out and see her every once in a while. I mean, she's a nice girl, and maybe I can teach her a few things when I come out to see her, too. Plus, I think it's probably a good idea if I keep an eye on Sagithar's friends, comrades, that kind of thing.
I don't think there's any need to, but I can't stop you. However, the young lady sometimes has a bit of a problem speaking up for herself, so be a little considerate.
I'll try. I told that that's something I need to work on every once in a while. That's, what is it, listening?
Yeah.
Right. I just got a message, and I need to get to the High Counselor's Temple. So.
Well, thank you for your time anyway.
Right. I'll just be going, he says, as he makes his way off and calls a carriage and rides off inside carriage. Murloc not hates sea elves, but still finds them. What word Murloc looking for?
Weird, strange, slimy.
Murloc looks at you. Murloc have no problem with slimy. You get that straight.
Okay.
It's weird. Murloc just not used to seeing sea elf that not on end of Murloc's Triton.
Keep quiet about that, Murloc.
Nods his head. Murloc understand. Sea elf actually have important business here. Sea elf important here. Meh. Murloc understand.
Murloc is used to slimy stuff. He deals with Belcar on a regular basis.
Alrighty. So, as you guys are standing around here for a moment, we'll actually have a Dravonian Knight come and approach you as looks around the college, sees you, he's like, "Excuse me, would any of you out here happen to be a Captain Enoch?"
He raises his right hand. Yeah, that would be me.
Right, we need you and your entourage to make your way over to the High Council's temple now. We are ready to see you, and everything's prepared.
Okay. Lead the way. We will follow right behind you.
Okay, so I'm just going to copy pasta a few people.
Mm-hmm.
Not that, and no need to copy pasta him. I'm going to switch over to the High Council's temple. Feel free to switch over yourself because that's honestly what you need to do.
I'm already there since you posted this on that map.
Yeah, I haven't changed since.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, really. Was there stuff going on?
There wasn't really a reason to.
Alrighty. Yeah. Okay. Yay. Alright. So Enoch should be in the front of this. When you guys arrive at the High Council's temples, Eliot is actually there as well. She remains incredibly quiet as you guys are led up into the same room with essentially Kaladin and someone. The pool today, however, has somewhat of a greenish hue to it.
Does Enoch even understand what this whole pool thing is even about?
Nope.
Okay.
That is a very well kept secret.
Alright.
Can I roll to understand what this pool thing is?
Nope. Magic beyond your understanding.
Buh.
Time to tear it out and take it away.
Seeing as it is just an ordinary pool to the party, can I kick a pebble into it?
There are no pebbles. Like the temple is incredibly clean and stuff, and clean and smooth.
They're elves. The place is gonna be immaculate.
Ha ha ha. Alrighty. Also, Sagithra would not have his seat right there, actually, because he's on trial here too.
Yeah, so got big.
There you go.
All right. So you see Sagithra waiting at the top of the staircase at the main section of the temple as he gestures for you guys to make your way all the way up.
Well, I step up.
Boop.
And hope the crew stays behind me.
I was about to move myself, but CA's got this shit.
Well, if I don't see somebody moving, I just tend to move them for him. But
that being said,
sometimes I'm faster.
That being said, he has an easier time since he could just, mark us all and move us at once, really.
All right, so everybody steps forward. As
I forgot Margaret.
Wait, Where's Morgan? Yes. What?
Right in the apparent hole in the stairs.
Morgan's like, I'm not coming. I'm just gonna stay right here and be a kitty cat.
He knows
Alrighty.
better. He knows something we don't.
All right. All right. So
I'm going to stick with the cat.
Sagithra standing. So Sagithra is standing on the edge of well, not in the pool, but on the border right before you step into the pool. Looks at the rest of the High Counselors as he goes, High Counselors, how are you today? Doing well, Sagithra. I'm assuming that everyone here knows the reason why they've been called here today. Sagithra nods his head yes, as does Eliod.
So does Enoch.
I nod my head too.
Were we told? I don't remember.
Ultras kind of rolls her eyes and says yes. Murloc simply shakes, nods his head rapidly yes, and Donna nods her head yes as well. And yes, you were told.
Okay, then Cardev nods as well.
Good, this will save us a great deal of time then. Technically, and this is Harkern, technically you guys are all on trial for the supposed murder of High Counselor Elgor Melfk. However, it has come to our attention, and with the presentation of such evidence, that he is actually a traitor to the nation of Javana, and that this murder is justifiable. I'm going to need a testimony from each of you, though, before I can make a reasonable judgment on whether or not this crime should be exhumed. For the purpose of this trial, we will start with the testimony from the one who's the captain of the crew who allegedly discovered this information, a Captain Enoch.
That would be me.
Step forward into the pool if you would.
Am I supposed to remove my boots?
Step forward into the pool if you would.
He shrugs.
You actually sink in the water, and it comes up to waist level.
Whoa.
Just wade your way to the center if you would.
I look to Zagitha for a second.
Sagithra nods his head and simply implying that you should do it.
Alright, moving.
Alrighty. This time it is Shade Killer as she goes, right. In the events transpiring yesterday, we need you to describe in the fullest amount of detail you can what happened from daybreak to the events which led to the death of Elgor Melfk.
Well, during the morning I was with my crew as I awoke normally on my ship, obviously. Then I made my way to the estate of Sagithra Seaheart because during that time I was tutoring his apprentices. As a former apprentice of his, I was
Hargren kind of snickers a bit. He's like...
Anyway, I made my way there. Unfortunately, when I found the apprentices, both of them, severely wounded and their Raptorans killed. I alerted my crew as quickly as I could to come and help them to hopefully save their lives. Talking with the one of his apprentices that was still conscious and able to talk, well, he quickly relayed to me that they were attacked by Elgor Melf and some of his Riptoran knights.
This is Star Trekker. He's like, I knew Elgor Melf quite well in his days. He's not typically a man that would have attacked someone unprovoked.
Well,
Did
apparently,
the apprentices do something to incite his anger, to your knowledge?
Apparently, he was under the impression we had done some injustice to him, and he felt it was appropriate to take out his anger on the apprentices.
This is Red Quest. And did you do him a misjustice?
Considering he's a traitor, not really.
That depends on your definition of justice.
This is Shade Killer. What exactly is it that you did to him that incurred his wrath as such?
Well, we found out that he was a traitor.
And how did you find this out?
I look to Seahard.
Seahart nods his head as in, tell them.
Okay. Well, we found the incriminating evidence in his estate.
Star Trekker, and he allowed you into his estate to simply procure this for yourself?
No, he did not.
Right. What evidence exactly was it that you found when you infiltrated his estate? We've collected our own evidence of the documents of his dealings with Acadia, both legal and illegal ones, mind you.
Well,
and we found nothing overly incriminating aside from the tracking device which was provided.
The illegal dealings with Acadia and the Acadian money were not enough?
The Acadian money we have no proof of he attained illegally. He was known to do some trading with Acadia, so it is within all rights of his that he might have contained a large sum of Acadian money in his home.
And that is still not enough? I mean, excuse me. Anyway, no. There was another safe that you probably weren't able to find.
We took note of that, says Shade Killer. There was a rather sizably large hole in his wall in his basement, and we were unable to ascertain what was in said hole.
Well, it was another safe, which contained the tracking device and a book written in Infernal, which showed plans of Acadian expansion, for one thing.
The council remains very quiet at this. As we go, I see.
Unfortunately, this book is not in our possession anymore, because it vanished.
Harkrin kind of rolls his eyes as he goes, great, then that makes wonderful evidence for your case. Right, I'm tired of talking about that. Let's move on to the events at hand. What happened what exactly transpired? What exactly is it that transpired that led to the death of Elgor Melsk?
Well, after the apprentices were nearly killed, and we had managed to heal them mostly, we made our way to confront him about it. Unfortunately, he was not willing to just come with us to find some legal way to solve this issue, and he attacked us. We battled him for a while, until Seahard appeared and challenged him to a duel to finish him off.
And that is how he died.
So it wasn't you who dealt the lethal blow, but Seahart?
That is correct.
The essentially you see a visible turning of everyone looking at Seahart as he kind of remains stone-faced staring back. Right. I think I've heard all I need to hear from you, Enoch. You may return back to join the rest of your entourage.
And so he does.
When you step out of the water, you notice that you are not wet from the waist down, even though you are in water.
Interesting magic.
All right.
Now, can I make a check on that?
Magical properties of the water, good sir. Alrighty, so next they call up Eliod. They ask her to describe in detail what exactly it is that happened. She pretty much says that they arrived at the estate early, expecting you to give them training. Elgor and his men arrived and promptly... She does not rationally describe it, mind you. She says he cheated, blah, 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 all this stuff, and then defeated her, and then left, and then you guys discovered her, and that's the last thing that she really remembers.
Fiery as always.
As they then dismiss her. Next person that they asked to come up is Uradak, actually.
Oh, this gonna be good.
Is he gonna be completely submerged?
Yep. All right, Uradak.
Let me find my hip
would you
waders.
step up? No, there's no need. Simply make your way forward.
Oh, joy. Bada bing.
All right.
I have to go all the way.
You
up,
sink.
don't I?
You sink into the water until it covers your head. Then suddenly you are pushed back up to the surface and essentially are standing on it.
Nice place you got. Teach me that trick sometime.
Shade Killer kind of snickers a bit as she goes, "If it were teachable." Right. Would you please step forward, Mr. Uradak?
That looks about. Yeah, that looks about right.
All right, Mr. Uradak, we've already heard the story from your captain's perspective, but we'd like to hear what you have to say about this.
Okay.
We need you to tell us of your time with Elgor Melf, what exactly it is that he did to you, and what you guys did to him.
I'm trying to think here. When was what we did to him? When?
Just, if you would tell the story from the beginning, that would be for the best.
The beginning. When did we first meet this guy?
Back when you guys first landed in port and he was an asshole to you guys.
Oh yeah, that. So let's see. The first time we met him, he was a complete ass to the entire crew. The next time I met him, when was the next time I hadn't seen him again until he killed or nearly killed those two, did I?
Yeah, that's pretty much correct.
Yeah. So the first time I met him, he acted like a complete ass to everyone I know. And the second time I met him, he had almost killed 2 children.
And is this the reason why you helped assisting in from the way it was told by a few of the citizens and the guards that were standing by, you helped assist in the murder of him?
I assisted in the stopping of an almost murderer.
Well then, I believe that is all we need to hear from you, Mr. Udak, unless you have any comments or questions or any concerns that you wish to address to us that you believe that we should take into consideration in when we are evaluating proper punishment for what has happened.
Well, aside from the amounts of money, all of the illegal dealings, the tracking device, the Book of the Damned, and
They kind of pause. Wait. Now, and this is Hope Rule. Now, I heard a book written in Infernal. I did not hear Book of the Damned.
yeah, he probably should have been more specific on that one.
I'm trying not to. Anyway, go ahead.
You're telling me that Elgor was in possession of the Book of the Damned. This is, of course, still Hope Rule.
Yes.
Hope Rule seems to kind of stare off for a bit, and she's like, "This is a far greater deal than this originally was." She turns to Hartgren. She's like, "Hartgren, if we could quickly, and I do mean very quickly, get through the rest of this trial, I have something I need to do." Hartgren nods as he goes, "Right. Carry on, Mr. Udadok. What else do you say? Anything else of interest in the Book of the Damned?"
He also has a really terrible taste in security guards.
Hartgren kind of seems unamused by that. He's like, "Right, Mr. Udadok, you may return back to your friends."
Sounds good.
Right, next I'd like to ask for a Cardav Beambreaker to step forward.
Carter will step forward and hop into the water. And
Actually, when you hop onto the water's surface, you don't sink at all.
You bounce.
Yeah.
Oh. Getting to his feet then, after slipping around a bit, he goes to the center. Oh, shit. I missed my token. There we go.
Right. So, Mr. Cardav, says Red Quest. You are a dwarf from Thohiran, correct?
Aye.
Quick question. What business is it that you came to Gervana? Just a curious notion on my end.
Well, myself personally, I'm the cook on the ship, so I came to feed the crew, work with them, that sort of thing.
Right. Do you provide any other services for your ship other than being its cook?
I'm the quartermaster.
Interesting. Right. He looks over to Hartgren. Right. So, we need you to essentially, once again, describe the events that led to what transpired and any partakings you've had in them.
Aye. Well, when I first met the man, it was on the ship, as Uralak said. He was a bit uptight, but, I mean, really, he didn't seem too bad at the time. He just seemed typical of the law, you know, just, like, he was doing his job. Like, there wasn't anything immediately bad about him. Even offered to let me cook for his nights, though it seemed genuine at the time, at least. Then the next time I met him, it was after, I'm sure you heard it, there was a misunderstanding in the market where I had been the chef. I was asking around for different kinds of things, and apparently I said the wrong word about some fruits, and he thought that I had a raptor or some such. At Seahart's estate, saw him next. He came.
There's a brief pause as High Council Star Trek goes, And are you in possession of a raptor?
I am not in possession of a raptor, no.
Good choice of wording, I might say.
I didn't
Alright,
get any of
anyway,
the
you may
fun
continue.
questions.
Next I saw him was at Seahart's estate, and well, he came and he asked me about the market and such, and he apparently did not believe me at first that I was the chef, and so that was resolved when it turned out I was. So he seemed a bit more hostile at that point. Next was I saw him when I was near his estate, in fact.
Give me one moment. I had to fix my mom's internet on her computer.
All right.
This is going to get good.
Or horrible.
I might die.
We should put a
Yeah, okay,
dimension door. Or not. Probably there are magical protection for that as well.
Izzy, truth-telling things rely on one thing, and that
What?
is telling the absolute truth with
Well,
the words of your choice. Do you have possession of a raptor? I do not currently have possession of a raptor.
What about the fact that I'm kind of from not Japan.
Or, I do not currently have a raptor in my possession at this moment.
What about the? Oh, hey, he's from Jaegerton.
That very much depends on how they ask it. If they literally ask for your birthplace, then that's tricky. You could try just going with your hometown first, and then hope they don't drill any further.
Or simply say, we cannot choose where we're born.
I do not remember where I was born since the first my memory goes back to when I was young, when my parents were getting murdered. That seems like a legit excuse. But then I ask what happened to me after that. Then, oh God, I'll be putting myself at a wall, at a hole. It's gonna get good.
Or horrible.
Mm-hmm. Also, take note that I might be staring at Seahart every now and then, try to see if I can get a reaction out of him.
You don't want to know what I just heard.
I know exactly what you just heard.
I know exactly what you just heard. That's what I thought about it. You thought I said erection.
Well,
I
now
like
you
how
ruined the
with the
fun.
mic, it sounds the same.
No, it's not my mic. It's definitely not my mic, so it's not me. So, it's a different headset.
What?
If you're hearing that wibbly wobbly tommy wommy, it ain't me. No one will tell you.
At the moment, I don't hear that at all.
Oh. Well, yeah. Different headset, back to my old one. No to wibbly wobbly tobbly wommy. Straight up, me and my loud ass self. You might have heard me getting in my van. And I'd be getting on my bed. And now me reading my book. So no.
So is he.
They completely made it where Dark Knights are actually not OP.
Surprise, surprise.
Any kind of knight is now no longer OP. The skills they used to be able to use now calls MP.
I see.
And apparently knights are much better now. Because before, knights were worthless.
By the way, Gnome, as a side note, considering how many breaks there are on this recording, I really think it's a good idea to send this to Alex first to just cut out the bullshit, basically.
We could do that, I suppose.
Because, okay, having like this one break isn't a problem, but we have like this like the third one, I believe.
All right, I have returned.
Well, I'll just say there's a
I'm in the
reason
pits.
I have this under the playlist uncut and unedited, full of silly shit and random breaks.
Yes. Okay, so where had I? Oh yes, we were just in the middle of Cardap.
Yeah, you had the council ask when the next time Cardiff saw him was.
Yes.
Well, the next time I saw him was at night, I believe, in through the window to his estate. I was walking with a crew member in the city.
Which crew member, may I ask? Says Shade Killer.
Cardiff turns around and squints to see if he can point out Belcar in the crowd. I was with Belcar at the time.
Nods her head. You may continue.
Turns around again. And the next time I saw him after that was at the Seahawk Estate again, where... Oh wait, no, I didn't see him then. I saw his knight guy there in the bushes, didn't I?
Right.
Just got that.
All right.
Never mind.
She goes, there's no need to proceed forward. Just one more quick question. Did you take part in the acquisition of the information, the incriminating evidence that is?
Aye.
What role did you play in this?
Well, I went in and I saw it.
All right. You may return back. And Belcar, if you would step forward.
Sure, Belcar walks forward as a layer of grease starts diffusing into the pool.
It's sad because it would happen. Oh god. The council looks disgusted. Well,
And I'm sure Belcar
Mr.
looks smug.
Very, very smug indeed.
And clean.
Well, it's not that I'm getting clean, it's the water's getting dirty. There's a difference between the two.
The High Council goes, right, Mr. Belcar, if you would very quickly.
Very quickly, what now?
If you would very quickly just tell us a summary of what happened at the estate, at the Melfk estate. You may then go back to joining your friends.
Well, the guy was being annoying, so we went to his house to steal stuff. Then I tried to stab him, but I was told that I couldn't stab him, so I didn't.
Good, that's enough. You may return back.
Okay, Belcar swims away, being full to submerge himself in the water entirely. Or being sure to submerge himself in the water entirely.
The council just looks disgusted.
He turns around and says, nice swimming pool.
They do not look amused at all.
And
Right.
Udodoc is just happy that he took a bath.
The next person they call up is Murloc, who gives his brief testimony in his special Murloc kind of way, followed by Donna, then Ultras, and then they call up Astrid. When she steps forward into the pool, she does not sink at all. The council kind of looks at her, kind of surprised by this, mind you, as they go, yes, Astrid is it? would you mind describing the events of what transpired? She remained silent.
Who is surprised?
Well, the counselors are because they don't know something that you guys do.
Excuse me, High Council, but she is mute.
They kind of look around at each other for a moment. Does she have some means of communicating? None of us here, without invading in her most private thoughts telepathically, we have no means of determining how she would speak. Margaret sighs is like, I was very, very much hoping to remain silent, but I guess that's not an option anymore now, is it? They kind of raise their eyebrows. They're like, so you are a mage. That is, not what... God have mercy. No, she's not a mage. I'm a talking cat. Let's just move on, please, to the questions.
No familiars here.
They kind of pause for a moment. We're going to have to ask that you also stand on the water. Margaret pauses. I'm not sure if you've noticed this, but I'm a cat. That's water. We'd like to ask that you please step on the water. Margaret objects for a good 5 minutes before.
Is this the part where Mogget goes all Moses on us? And just splits the water?
The thing is, most people here won't even get that one.
Yep.
Oh, come on.
What? Oh, who? What? Really?
Moses, the person in the Bible, who splits the water.
No. Well, I was confused at why people wouldn't get it, but carry on.
Nah, I know where I was coming from.
Yeah. All right.
I think I get it, but he misunderstood me.
Exactly.
Maybe, yeah.
Yes, that is exactly what happened. All right. So Star Trek goes, Margaret, I don't know exactly what your objections to standing on the water are, but we really must ask that you stand on it. Margaret kind of paused for a bit. He's like, if I were to voice my exact objections to this, I would like to impose that you did not ask my permission to scrutinize me the way that you're trying to scrutinize me before you ask me to step on the water. The High Council kind of looks at each other for a bit. As Cloud Claw goes, please, if you would. Fine, says Margaret, as he hops out of Astra's arm and onto the water, sinks for a bit, and actually gets wet as he goes, I hate you people.
Belkar is very amused.
Suffer, cat, suffer.
Right, so let's get this out of the way so that I can get myself dried as quickly as possible, says Margaret quite angrily.
Mogget is now brown.
So Heartgrin goes, right, so we need you to describe in the best detail what exactly it is that you do for the ship. Right. I don't do anything, as I am a cat.
It's true, he's a complete freeloader.
Silence.
I, however, work as a translator for me lady who works as the ship's doctor and acting cleric. Good. Now, what exactly is it that Astrid did in order to during this time? Says Red Quest. Milady did exactly what it is her job description entails. She healed who she was asked to heal, and she provided medical service when it's provided. She was the one who patched up the assistants when Aelgor Melk had cut them open like fresh melons. And she was the one who, well, upon Sigithra's request, healed said Aelgor Melk so that they might have a fair duel. The counselor nods her head a bit. Right. Margaret, is it? Yes, that is what I am called. Would you mind explaining to us why it is we're not getting a... You're not going to get one from me. You understand that? The council kind of pauses for a moment. As Star Tracker asks, Margaret, just what kind of manner of creature are you?
Good luck. I've been trying that one for a year.
Margaret turns to him and she goes, I believe this has absolutely nothing to do with the trial. At all. Therefore, I am not inclined to answer this question. Nor am I going to. If you have any more questions that pertain to me, lady, I will answer them quite promptly. However, aside from that, I believe I've already been here long enough, and you forced me to get my nice fur coat wet and dirty, I might add. So I'd like to leave this pool as quickly as possible. Harkonnen kind of seems unimpressed with Margaret as he goes, you do realize that, as the High Councils here, we are the ones who have authority, and that you are showing us a great deal of disrespect by... Margaret takes a deep breath and he goes, I do not have to show you any respect at all. You are not my master. You are merely, how do I put this? Pawns in a greater plan. And I'd very much prefer it if you leave me alone.
Leave Margaret alone.
Harkonnen seems very upset by this as Eliar goes, before we lose our tempers here, I'd like to point out, turning to Margaret, God, I need to find the name of this thing. And that he has deep ties with Annalith, and I'd rather not incur Annalith's wrath, and I'm very certain that the rest of the council here, knowing what Annalith is, would understand that we need to leave Margaret alone. The rest of the council kind of calms down a bit from their agitated state and go, we apologize, Margaret. Yeah, whatever, just let me leave. You've already insulted me enough for today. He says as Astrid bends down and picks him back up. And the two walk out of the pool. All right. And last but not least, Sigithra, if you would step forward. Sigithra does as he's told, walking, of course, on the surface of the water with very little problem. As you go, given all the evidence that's been produced and procured, you seem to be the most guilty party of all. You are the one directly responsible for the murder of Aelgor Melk. Sigithra nods his head. He's like, I make absolutely no denial of this fact. I slayed Aelgor Melk, after he harmed both my apprentices, damaged my estate, threatened my friends, and was quite rude to our guest. The counselors kind of nod their heads like, right. You've had your suspicion for many years that Ilgor was a traitor. Yes, that is correct. Were you looking to use this as an opportunity to... Sagithra shakes his head no as he goes, I had no intention of doing so. I took no real part in the actions leading up to this, and Elgor's self-destruction was his own doing. The council's a bit quiet for a bit as they go, we see. Your actions have led us without a captain for the Javadan Knights, you understand, and short one seat on the council. I am aware of this, and I am fully prepared to take the responsibilities for such. Harkrin nods and he's like, typically, the penalty that you'd pay for even so much as harming another citizen the way you have would be death. You are aware of this. Seahart nods his head. He's like, I'm aware, and I'm fully prepared to accept death if that is the punishment you deem necessary. Harkrin shakes his head no. He's like, death would be a travesty at this point, given the evidence that we've collected. However, letting you walk away unpunished from this is not something that we, as the counselors, as other counselors can do. As it is our job to set an example for the rest of the citizens to follow. For 1 month, we're putting you on a probationary period. You will lose all of your responsibilities as High Counselor for this period, and you shall spend this time imprisoned. Seahart nods and says, like, I am okay with this. Next, when this probationary period is over, you will begin a secondary probationary period. For the next 60 years or until another captain is found, you shall serve as acting captain of the Raptor Knights. Sagithra nods and he's like, I understand as well. The council, Hartgren turns out to the rest of you, he's like, and as for the rest of you, Eliod, you are nothing more than a victim in all of this. So we dismiss you of any crime or involvement in this, and you may return back to your regular life when this is all over. Eliod simply bows and thanks them for their generosity. As for the rest of you, it is very clear that you were all involved in some manner of foul play. So even though your actions directly led to the discovery that Aelgor was a traitor, you also must realize that the previous actions that you took before it cannot go unpunished. Given that you are not the ones responsible for the murder of Aelgor, we see no need to punish you by means of death. However, a brief term of imprisonment seems necessary.
How long?
3 days.
Very well.
Harkrin kind of looks at the guards, and as the executioner golems also start moving, as they go, guards, if you would, escort them to the holding cells, so that they may be detained for 3 days deemed punishment. The executor golems step into the water over to where Sagithra is, as Harkrin turns to him, he's like, as for you, Sagithra, we shall be keeping you in a special holding cell so that you have no means of... Sagithra simply raises a hand. He's like, I completely understand. Alrighty.
I tell everyone to just go along with it for now.
If we're being escorted out, can I sleight of hand when we're in the hallway or whatever to try and swallow a lockpick?
Yes.
Okay. 17. Okay, let's see. That's pretty good.
That is a success. You managed to swallow a lockpick.
Okay.
I don't know if
Alright,
swallowing
so
it is the
you
first thing I would have done personally, but anyhow.
Alright, so you guys are escorted to one large holding cell for you guys. And Sagitha is escorted somewhere else in secrecy. As you guys are sitting in the cell, Murloc goes, well, all things considered, Murloc think that could have turned out much worse.
Well, our heads are still intact.
Murloc knows that. He's like, Murloc realized that's correct. Margit kind of just sits there. He looks very grumpy, actually, as he goes, this is needlessly contrived and grossly unnecessary, and I don't want to be in a cell, especially after having been treated as such.
We understand.
Smell lovely, Margit.
He begins cleaning himself as a cat would.
It's an honest compliment.
How are the guards outside the holding cell? Are they like looking in, or are they there or at all, or what?
They are standing in attention.
Okay.
Towards us or away from us?
Away from you guys.
Oh, okay.
Are these locks
Soldiers
magically
kind of-
warded?
That was a very good question. Use detect magic.
And it finished good.
Oh, right, I don't have to roll anything. Yes, detect magic. I don't think I have to roll anything for a detect magic, do I?
Spellcraft is actually. what
Oh,
you
is it?
roll.
Okay.
Yep.
My spellcraft
Is ridiculously high, so I'm fairly certain
It
unless
is.
you
I'm
like.
pretty sure it's a plus 17. I'm just checking it. Yep, 17. Hey, look!
And that 20. Yes, this entire cell is magically warded. In fact, it is warded so that, essentially, consider an almost anti-magic zone. Or at least the outer walls of the cell are warded as such so that no magic may escape this cell.
Cool.
So, in other words, there's going to be no knocking this door open.
Well then.
What do I roll to quietly cough up the lockpick?
But magic will
that
still
would
work
be-
inside the cell, right?
Yes, magic will work inside the cell. However, if your magic tries to make you leave the cell, this entire facility is warded against teleportation of any kind.
Yeah, not my concern.
Alrighty. So, and this is to answer Robot's question. Another sleight of hand, actually.
Alright.
Perfect. So you didn't so you don't accidentally swallow it all the way.
Alright.
So Cardav coughs up in the corner. Coughs up said lockpick.
Did you swallow a lockpick?
Cardiff shrugs.
Damn, you're a badass sometimes, Cardav.
I'm not complaining, but what's your plan?
Don't have one. Just good to be prepared.
Alright.
Who needs a plan?
It says, so we're not planning to escape then.
I would like to
Falcar
say...
turns to her and says that he certainly wouldn't mind.
I would love to get out here just as much as you do, but we have given the old man enough trouble already. Can you do this? Can you suffer these 3 days with us?
I suppose. Donna kind of laughs a bit as she goes, you know, I can't lie. I wasn't expecting our first time in prison to be like this in, just here for 3 days.
Yeah, it's your first time in prison. Jackal ass a little bit.
No, this is not her first time in prison.
Freedom can be gone quickly sometimes, I suppose.
No. She's like, no. It's just that, we're pirates. I was expecting us to get arrested a lot, but,
Well, if we would get arrested a lot, we wouldn't be very good pirates, now would we?
I suppose that's true.
You okay, Donna?
No, I just find this whole situation a bit humorous is all.
Mm-hmm.
Better to laugh about it than to dwell on the negative aspect of it, after all.
Enoch quite clearly is not amused by the situation, but...
Speaking of laughing,
Hey, baby.
what do you think the guards would do if we all turned invisible?
Once we come back, they'll probably murder us, or whip us, or brand us, or torture us.
Question is, would they open the door?
I would imagine yes.
Well, it's not that hard to get open. Just what do I do after that?
I'm just the one that makes it happen. I'm not making a plan.
Ultra. Well, we could make our way back to the ship and, fly off. However, as the captain has just asked us not to cause any more trouble for the one known as Sagitra, I suppose that it's the least that we can do is not to cause them much trouble. Margit kind of sighs as he goes, honestly, I'm quite tired of all of this.
Not to mention there are other ex-crew members that are probably wouldn't appreciate the negative attention. Not to mention, most importantly, perhaps we might want to return here sometime in the future.
Nope.
Maybe they'll let
Enoch totally ignores Belkaiser if he hadn't said anything.
Maybe they'll let Cardiff and Murdoch cook, and maybe we'll actually get some good food instead of wormy bread and stale soup and stale dirty ass water.
Well, there's only so much that I can do with warm soup and stale bread and water.
Is he supposed to scratch fungus from the walls?
That would actually be pretty funny.
To be fair,
All right.
mushrooms are pretty damn good.
Well, that would work for some of us.
Alright, to speed things up, is there anything anyone really wants to do in the 3 days you're going to be in prison? And I'm going to... Is Zai still here, by the way? Because I haven't heard him in a while.
Yo.
So. Alright, Zai, is there anything you want specifically... I don't really want to roleplay it out. I apologize, but I just want to, save some time, get us going here.
Are they not going to lock up Lyra?
Mm-mm. She didn't do anything illegal.
Exactly, and she's a high elf.
So, is there anything you and Lyra are doing in the 3 days that I need to make special note of?
I was actually, besides what I texted you,
Nothing at all?
I was considering learning a spell or two from her, but that can be saved for later. It doesn't really matter. Nothing really special.
Okay. All right.
Like we might go out or something, but nothing too noticeable.
Okay. If that's the case, we're also going to say, is there anything anyone in the prison cell wants to do that's particularly of importance?
I want to pay attention to maybe how the security works in the jail and how everything works, just the inside and outs of the jail, and see how it works, how much I can learn in 3 days.
It works it works like a high security prison would.
No, been in a high security prison.
It works like a high security prison would.
Okay, what the GM is now telling you is to get into a high security prison.
Okay, let me just run the street and say I'm black.
Right. thank you for playing along with what I was going for. Anyway,
Okay. So
I don't-
since no one has anything important they want to do in those 3 days, correct?
Nothing important. Enoch will just brood for the most part. So
After a while, that's pretty much what
Um,
everyone begins doing.
Cardiff will check walls, corners, and stuff to see if there's any sign of what the previous occupant of the cell might have been or
The
done.
walls are actually incredibly clean and well kept.
A clean prison?
Until Belcar gets a hold of them, that is.
Huh. Okay then.
This is an elven prison. Of course they clean it out after they get a prisoner out, let the prisoners out of that particular cell.
Touche. Damn it.
You also notice that there aren't too many other prisoners down here. Like, you can count the number of other prisoners inside this holding cell on one hand.
Are any of them elves, or are they all other?
It's a human and an orc.
Surprise, surprise. The place that has harsh death penalties for everything doesn't have many prisoners.
actually, just as a general note, besides the brooding, I think he would actually basically connect a bit with his roots and actually try to meditate it and just make the time pass quicker.
Okay.
Cardiff will connect with his roots too and ask what the other prisoners are in for.
Alrighty. So shouting across the prison thing, the human guy says, "I stole from one of the traders." And then apparently stealing a bread roll from a trader is worthy of being in here for 6 months.
Funny enough, we stole from a trader.
The orc, however,
I feel my witty wordplay was unappreciated.
no,
I got
it. No, I got it too.
Good.
The orc, it says that he's in here for punching a bartender in the face, and he's in here for a year for that.
Hmm.
All right. So, anybody else doing anything in particular? Once again,
Security and meditating, that's it.
brooding. Okay. So, the 3 days pass, and you guys are let out of your cell.
Wait. I want, when we're leaving, is there... Okay, like, how did the guard patrol us? Like, I'm trying to think, like... I want to try and...
There's never a time when there are not more than 10 guards inside this place.
Okay, that's not happening. I was gonna try and unlock one or both of the doors, but that's definitely not happening with 10 guards.
Okay, so they go ahead and let you guys out of your cell and escort you guys go ahead and escort you guys up and out of the temple. As let's see, who was that? Okay, so it was supposed to be Eliaro. Okay, so Eliaro is waiting outside there for you.
Hello?
He nods his head as he goes, "So, sorry about the being locked in prison business, but as you imagine, Hartgren has a certain standard he must uphold to, and as a High Council, I feel inclined to agree that no action should go without punishment."
It could have been worse.
By the way, I would like to point out that he is a bit disheartened at the moment, and it's visible on his face.
Did anything happen while we were caged?
No, it's my closest friend is in prison right now for a crime that isn't really a crime. I don't exactly...
Punching a bartender?
Enoch actually chuckles.
Or was it stealing bread.
You guys are funny. Just a bit. But no. Sagitha's pretty much the only friend I have in the main city, at least the only one I feel comfortable being around, and he's not here. City feels a bit more boring without him.
I'm sure you can survive that 1 month.
Right. Before he was imprisoned, he told me to give this to you. He says, handing over a wrap box to Enoch.
A rat box.
a wrapped, WRAPPED.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just
The funny thing is, he made a joke as a rat box, R-A-T. What you meant was W-R-A-P-P-E-D, and what I heard was R-E-D box. So, anyway.
Okay, then. Glad I cleared that up.
Right.
Okay, so he hands you a wrapped box and says, I was told to give this to you and that you weren't supposed to open it until you leave.
Okay.
What's in the box?
Don't be so curious, Yoda Duck. I'll take it.
He
Let's
goes,
hope it's not another book.
It's like, if you want my suggestion on what you guys should do from this point, just go ahead and leave Giovanna for the moment. Come back when you can, when everything's cooled down a bit, and people have forgotten this little incident. Which, trust me, it will be forgotten.
that's
But,
disheartening.
I think
Yes.
we will follow that advice.
Right then.
But first, Enoch will do. Obviously, he has to drag his crew around because otherwise there will be complications. But first off, he is going to try to find on the way to the ship a wine merchant.
And you do indeed find one.
Okay. Actually, I asked Cardiff. Pick out something nice for us, and yeah.
Cardiff nods. Looks around for what's the best wine and such.
Roll me an appraise check.
Okay, haven't done that in a while. Let's see. 10.
That is a pass. So there are some expensive wines here, but then there are some wines that you recognize that you particularly think are good, but are not expensive.
Okay, Cardiff will actually purchase the not expensive good ones.
Alrighty.
How much are
just remove 1 gold.
Okay.
Enoch,
it's not even-
entirely separate from what Cardiff is doing here, will actually also buy 2 bottles of the cheapest swill.
Right. Alright, so you guys go ahead and make your way back to your ship. It is just as you have left it. And when you return, the rest of your crew kind of asks, hold on. My mom's calling me. I need to tell her that I fixed the internet for one.
And we are at 4 interruptions now.
That's just third. That's third, ain't it?
Well, it depends on if you count the initial start.
No, I thought after the first big one there was another small one, I believe.
Just 3, not 4.
Okay.
Yep.
I can only keep track of one thing at a time. Izzy's up to 4, by the way.
About what?
Gushing about the game.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I'm gushing about Final Fantasy Tactics.
Oh, okay.
What you supposed to be keeping track of how many times they say how the exact words they changed everything, which has only been twice?
No. The
whatever.
list gets larger this way.
You're silly.
Wait, so is it like a patch or
Yes,
is this like a
it's
mod?
It's a
more of a
fan-made
mod.
patch.
Yeah.
Okay.
What made the game more difficult? They changed.
That would
things,
make it a
fixed
mod
things.
though, right?
Yes, I would call it
I
a
mean,
mod.
mods are fan made versus patches are developer made.
Yeah, I agree it's a mod since it's I agree it's a mod, but they call it a patch. So it's a point
Well,
is they
they're
changed
wrong.
Point is they changed everything, and some of the stuff pisses me off, some of the stuff doesn't.
Yeah. No, I should play through it. It sounds like a good game. I just never played through it. Like I have it on my PS3.
Yeah, it's a good game. Don't use Orlando. You'll know what I'm saying once you get to him. Don't use Orlando. I'm giving you a fair warning. It's not that he's bad. It's just he's too good. As in, he one-shots everything. When I grow up, I want to do that. So, Saba,
Yes.
how did Enoch first enjoy his maybe first time in prison?
Well, it depends on how you count it, I suppose. But no, he didn't enjoy it at all, obviously. He's rather fond of his freedom.
Freedom comes at a cost.
Indeed.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Good. And I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Okay.
I promise I won't be gone long. I'm just getting some juice, that's all.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we go ahead and you guys are back at the ship. And when you guys arrive back, the crew, which I guess could include Calvin and Lyra, guys. What took you guys so long to come back?
Hell of a party.
Yeah. Speaking
That's
of
a
which,
good
we
night.
will have another one.
They look around pretty happy about that. And they go, all right. Oh, and Captain, this came for you when you were not here. It's a letter.
I take it.
It is from Eliod, by the way.
Oh. He actually looks a bit disappointed. It's not who he hoped it was from.
Yeah.
But he makes his room to his way. Yeah, makes his way to his room.
Room, get over here.
Right, and reads the letter.
Next ship upgrade.
Essentially. Okay, so it essentially expresses her gratitude for what you did for her, and surprisingly, unlike the way she speaks, her writing is very
also-
considerate and polite.
Damn.
So much so that you wouldn't have even thought it was her if she hadn't signed the bottom of it.
Right. I actually find a nice place to just store it. As
Alrighty.
a memento, I suppose. And then he just starts drinking the cheap swill on his own.
Alrighty, and I'm assuming the rest of the crew begins drinking as well.
Enoch's getting
I
wasted
certainly wouldn't
tonight.
mind. Best prep the tank.
Can't waste it.
Enoch, have you opened up the package that
I have not, but I suppose he would after he's drunk a bit, actually, yeah.
Oh crap!
That
I
was
forgot.
more important, really. But yeah, he would open it then.
Quick interruption. Just to get this out there, if we're getting supplies before we leave at some point, Cardiff will pick up locks because all our locks are gone because of that.
Yes,
Little-
exactly.
Yeah,
And you still have a broken door.
yeah, that.
Question: did we get Raptors or no?
I don't think there was the chance to get some, given the circumstances.
Oh.
I mean, we could have stolen some from the prison guards.
Right.
That
Anyway,
seems like a good idea.
All right.
what's
So anyway, at some point during the drinking and the partying, the rest of your crew members are pretty happy. By which I mean the Rack and Flack are pretty happy. They're happy celebrating drinking because according to their beliefs, this was a great success.
well, in a way it was, I suppose.
At one point though, Shade will knock on your door and ask when you guys are taking off and where you guys are headed to.
Direction Arcadia.
Nods his head and he begins taking off as this partying is still going on. So he passes his check for takeoff quite smoothly,
Right.
and you guys begin en route to Acadia, which will take about 2 weeks.
But at this point, you probably would have checked the box, definitely.
All right. Inside the book was a note, a elven thin blade of dagger size, and a book.
What is the book?
Are you going to check the book first or the note?
The note.
The note says, if you are receiving this package in this way, then things did not go as I had foreseen they would, and the worst case scenario has happened. I, however, appreciate your time and everything that you've done for me. You've been a wonderful apprentice and a good friend. As such, I'm leaving you with a couple of mementos that I believe you have earned by this point. The first is a dagger, crafted by me. It may not have much significance considering the other repertoire of weapons you possess, but I assumed that you would enjoy receiving it. The second is an old spell book of mine that contains all of the spells I have mastered. Take it with you and use it well.
Great success.
You notice that as you turn through the back of the book, you think that mega spells stop at the 6th level. You would be wrong. You see 7th level and 8th level and 9th level mega spells in this book.
Huh. Can I make any sense of this?
Hell no.
Thought so.
This nigga might be cray-cray.
Don't say that, please.
That was very black.
Don't have to. Well, that's very nice. Eddie stows it away in a safe place. Well,
Right then.
pardon?
Right then.
Right then. Yeah. Unless somehow dragged out or something, he will probably spend his time in the room.
Okay. I know this is a bit early, but do you guys want to end session here for today? I have
We
stuff
could.
prepared that we can move on, but honestly, I feel that if we move on to the other stuff I have prepared, that it will end up going very late, and I don't want to do that.
Alright.
I
Doesn't
have
matter
no
to me
strong
either
feelings
way.
one way or the other.
How much for locks? The locks and stuff. 'Cause,
Let's see. How much? I need to check how much locks cost.
I mean, there might be things they want to do at the party, I suppose, but that's obviously up to them.
I'll ask them about that in just a bit, but I was just going to ask if we were going to, continue, because, well, continue in that way. Alright, I believe that falls under locks, keys, and tools, because it's a lock. What kind of lock are you getting?
the best.
That's 150 gold piece a lock.
Alright, how many did we need again? I can't remember.
One for each room, I'm assuming?
Well, everything that got broken. The kitchen and each room So yeah.
I would say that's 4.
4. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
6. I'll take away 600, and there we go.
So let's
And
go ahead and.
Cardive is just the one. He'll pay out of pocket for it, so that he can have a key.
Good guy,
Everyone.
Cardav.
If you say so.
Good enough. Okay. So, is there anything anybody wants to do particularly at this party? Because I'm sure there is something that comes to mind.
End up in the tank.
Drinking contest, so that's the best way to do it.
All right.
Oh, and,
So-
yeah.
The captain has locked himself inside of his room and is abstaining from the party. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew is pretty happy. I'm gonna temporarily close the server and open up the airship one again. So, just a moment. Let me actually save this campaign first. So save. And then I'm going to disconnect the server, and then I'm going to restart it, so be prepared. Alright, and now I'm going to open Airship Campaign. And server is restarted.
The bloody hell? Okay, there we go.
Alright, it seems that everyone has reconnected now.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. That was one of the first things I was going to change.
Oh,
Thank you for that. You saved me
Nope.
some time.
no problem.
Okay, these guys need to get moved out of the room. But that's besides the point. Astrid actually is going to be participating in the drinking as well. So that's a bit of an unusual thing. Alright, so everyone begins partying. Norbert in particular gets a little bit beyond drunk. And then we have, what's her name? Maddie, I think, is the shorthand for her name.
That reminds me in the
Oh,
entire.
no, wait, it's Stiletto. That's.
I was about to say because yeah, that didn't quite work out. Now that we had to leave so quickly. But don't matter.
Right. Strange. I cannot find Stiletto. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm blind. Thank you. Mostly because I was looking for Stiletto, not something with 2 tags on it. Herp. Alrighty. So there she is. Among other things, things get a little bit violent. Things got a little bit out of control. Everyone who drinks excessive amounts of alcohol, which is going to be the majority of you, make me fortitude saves. Anyone challenging someone to drinking contest?
I'm challenging anyone who wants to try to step up.
Both Rakkar and Rat step up to the task, as does Norbert.
Cardiff will as well. Where's Cardiff? There's Cardiff.
Murloc is not actually in his room. He is joining in the festivities as well. He's drinking casually though. He's not in this to get drunk.
Such a bad influence.
Yep. Genu is making passes at Stella because that's what he does. He and the rest of the crew is just kind of casually drinking because that's also what they do. Ultras has also joined into the drinking. And let me scratch what I said earlier. Astrid is not drinking. Mogget is.
So does she drink out of a cat bowl or something?
Oh God, this is great. It's more like, have you ever seen that video when kittens sit in cups?
Yes.
Like that. Okay. So, let's see. Udadok, what is your character doing? Because let me just go through and make sure I get what everyone is doing really quickly.
Relaxing. That's pretty much it. Back in my bed.
Exactly where I want to be, essentially, right?
Pretty much.
Shade is flying the ship. Donna is, of course, drinking. She does that. Udadok is in his room, probably sleeping, and when he's not sleeping, studying spells. Kaladin, what are you doing? Lyra is, of course, singing for the people, for the drunks and stuff, because she does that as well.
I'll just be by her side. That's all. Drinking lightly.
So Cardav needs to make me a fortitude save, as does Jack. Morgan also has to make a fortitude save to not get drunk for once, because he's drinking that much. That is a pass for Cardav, and a pass for Jack. Since this is a drinking contest, there will be continued fortitude saves, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rat passes. Rakar passes. Norbert passes amazingly. Norbert doesn't even seem slight bit tipsy. He's like, yes, yes, I have this. Yes, yes. Yes. What are Belcar and Mr. Scruffy doing, by the way? I've been curious about that.
We're going to be there, but mostly just looking to check and see if there's any apparent discontent or whatever among the crew. So really just doing my job more than anything else.
Good on you. Alrighty. Make me a perception check. And I'll get to what you find in just a bit. All right. So,
Okay.
first round of drinks. Neither of you are even the slightest bit tipsy. And Norbert, among all of you, looks like looks like a man who's just drank a glass of water. As Rockner goes, I'm still standing. Rat, I'm still standing too. Norbert, yes, yes. Drink more, yes, yes. Okay, that's a pass. I'll get to that in just a bit. Time to make the second fortitude save for the drinker, guys.
Oh.
All right. Cardav.
What's
That
that?
it hopped up to a DC 15 the second time you drink.
Uh-oh.
You don't do your dwarven blood proud.
I never
Alright,
do.
it's true, unfortunately. All right, so second round of drinking begins. Cardav gets halfway down through his mug and puts it down on the table, pauses for a moment, and realizes he's going to pass out drunk. Whereas the rest of them look a bit tipsy but not drunk. Round 3, baby!
So is Cardiff out of it, or is he about to be out of it?
I would say he's about to be out of it, actually, so he can still continue.
Okay, keep going. Nope.
Yep, that's Cardiff manages to chug down the last bit of his ale. And then when he gets to the second one, drinks the head off of it and then goes, bam, face first onto the table. as Rakkar and Rat laugh, as they look fairly tipsy now after they finish their third one. Norbert, however, looks like he could care less. He looks like he isn't even drunk, as does Jack. It's clear who the final contenders in this contest are going to be.
You know, I'm convinced that the reason dwarves can drink so much is it mostly gets in their beard, and Kardev's just really sexist, and it keeps going in his mouth instead.
That is close, but not the same to the theory I had.
All right. Round 4. All right, that's a fail from you and a fail from the dwarfs, but Norbert passed.
Resolve.
This isn't a willpower test. This is a fortitude save.
It goes on all saves.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
Let me check. I'm pretty sure it's all saves. Let me stop looking at this as a figment. Samurai. I probably can't even make Google tonight while I'm looking at it. No one here has to spell dark vision. Where is Yep, it's a fortitude or will save.
All right. Go ahead.
All right. Nope.
All right. So, the dwarves are now out. It's not that they're passed out, but they are far too drunk to drink anymore. And right now they are shouting obscenities at each other and about to do what dwarves classically do when they get drunk. That is
Act
Spike.
like kind gentlemen. Oh,
I stare
I was
at
close.
That was close. It was.
I stared at to give him a message.
They are too drunk to notice the message. As Norbert, not even tipsy yet, goes, "Yes, yes. Come on, inferior species. You must outdrink Norbert."
I look at the rat. Oh, I'm going to.
All right. Next round. Okay. The thing was, there was no conceivable way to pass this. I'll have to admit that. It's short of a natural 20.
Oh, are you serious?
Yes, it had reached a DC 40 to not get drunk.
Damn. I was close to it.
It's continued drinking. And yes, and it is pretty much alcohol poisoning. So, you take one swig, he takes one swig. He's finally tipsy. But you're stone cold drunk. And you know you can't drink anymore.
But as my pride as a samurai, I know this.
No, it does not.
But
you haven't finished your mug yet. And Norbert has finished his. As Norbert says, Norbert is fairly certain that he has won, yes, yes. And that you will not win, no, no.
It's not over yet.
Elkar looks proud.
So,
all right, are you going to finish the mug?
Hell yeah.
All right, so you throw down the remainder of the mug, and you look at him, looking straight in the eyes, as intensely and as focused as possible. And then you pass out on the table like a man.
At least I did it like a man.
Norbert, after attaining victory, jumps on the table and begins dancing. He's like, "Rat's number one! Rat's number one! Rat's number one!"
What is this thickest fortitude save? Shit.
I think he has the highest fortitude save of anybody on the ship, actually.
What's this right on? Steroids?
He's a rat.
Rats OP.
To be fair, he wallows in filth daily. I would hope his fortitude is pretty high.
Yep.
Oh man, oh man. I tried, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
Alrighty. So Cardav is eventually going to wake up, and then things that he does in his drunken stupor are up to him to decide. And the same thing will happen to Jack. Meanwhile,
can I just roll to see what happens?
All right, yeah, roll me a luck check.
Because I can't think of nothing, so we're just gonna leave it to luck.
Yeah, but do the same thing for Cardav then.
What kind of do any bonuses or no?
No, there are no bonuses to luck check. Well, that's not bad.
Am I rolling as well?
Yep, luck check.
Okay. Ooh.
I think it makes it more fun.
Well, the good news is neither of you do something incredibly stupid. The bad news is you don't do anything incredibly awesome either. Jack, you are going to go into the kitchen and you're going to end up breaking a pot somehow by cutting it in half, actually, with your katana.
Oh God!
Imagining it as some kind of vicious enemy. Could be worse. You could have attacked the ship. Cardav, you, in your drunken stupor, are going to go stumble your way into the alchemy lab and try to create a poison of some kind. You don't poison yourself, but you sure as hell don't make a poison.
Tastes fruity.
Meanwhile, Belkar, with your spying attempt, you notice that Jinu is hitting a lot on Stella, and Stella is not responding to it kindly and is trying to kindly ask him to leave her alone, but he is not.
I'll go over and tell him to leave her alone.
Can I risk poisoning myself with the craft poison checks to see if I can make that?
Yes. Take a -5 penalty because you're stone cold drunk.
Okay.
And then he rolls a 20.
Damn. That's a pass. Well, how about that?
Even drunk, he can still make a poison.
So you did make a poison. My bad.
Question is, what poison?
I'll let him decide. Any poison that equals a DC 17 craft check or less. We'll go with that.
All right.
Meanwhile, all right. So Belkar, you go over to stop Jinu from harassing Stella. He's a bit drunk. Looks to you and goes, "Please, I get this from Kaladin already. Just leave me the hell alone. Let me have the woman."
No, only if she decides that she's okay with that. But it doesn't look as if she is.
She shakes her head. No, she goes, "No, he's not. He doesn't intend to pay for it, so he's not going to get it."
So how about you back off?
He thinks about it for a moment, and this is where I use his intelligence check. That's a fail. Oh shit! Makes lich dust. Awesome. All right, so he looks at you, squints, and he goes, "You know, you're the same size as me, not like Kaladin. And Kaladin's the first mate, and you're just a dirty rat. I don't have to listen to you."
Belkar
Kaladin kind of chuckles as he's saying that to Belkar.
What does Belkar do in response?
Pulls out my knives.
Oh, God.
Junior kind of goes, "Oh, I'm so scared that the rat is going to stab me. Listen, I don't care. I know you stab things. That's your thing. You stab things all the time. But you know what? I'm not scared of you stabbing me because you know what? You can't stab."
You want to take a bet on that?
You're not allowed.
Hey,
to
Belkar.
Not without the captain.
Hey, Belkar.
Yes.
As first mate, I allow this.
Wait,
I thought
what?
you might. Is he like waving his hands in the air or something?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try and pin one to the wall behind him.
Roll me a. We'll go for you. Roll me an attack roll. I'm gonna roll him a reflex save.
He should get a penalty for...
Oh, he does.
Oh, yeah. Nat 20. That should do the trick.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so without even a moment of hesitation, you throw one of your daggers, and whoop, he goes flying and ends up pinned to the wall over here. As his brother hops up from his chair, he's like, "Hey, what are you doing to my brother?" And he tries to jump on Belcar.
Oh boy.
All right. That provokes an attack of opportunity, though.
Okay. I can't. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you can't full attack on an attack of opportunity. That would be silly.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just basically, I'm not using my weapon. I'm just basically hitting him to get him off of me.
And that is a success. And his attack and his grapple check was not high enough to succeed on a grapple against you. So you essentially punch him in the face as hard as you possibly can, as he falls flat on the ground.
Anyone else?
Rackar and Rat stand up as they go, "Okay, assuming that it's just a friendly fight, you know, like what us dwarves do," they say, putting their arms around each other. "You mind getting in a bit of a tussle?"
Maybe later, but for now I'm making a point.
Okay. They back down. By the way, Norbert is applauding loudly as he goes, "Rats are superior, humans are inferior."
I think they're halflings, Norbert, but okay.
Drunk.
And Jack is still face down on the table, eyes whited out.
Alrighty. So, more drinking is had, and eventually this night of drunken misconduct comes to an end. So let's go for who ends up in Murloc's pool.
I'll jump in for old time's sake.
Of course.
Oh my God, is he really in the pool?
Yes.
Can I get in the pool?
Yeah, anyone can. Technically, anyone can get in the pool if they want to.
I want to say it during my drunkenness.
Even after the poison? Or is like the time?
Oh yeah, you could totally do it.
All right.
As a matter of fact, I was going to put you because that's where you're glad to end up. These two, of course, end up in their room where they belong. Margit ends up in the pool. Ultras ends up in her room.
Oh.
Norbert ends up in the pool.
If at any point Kaladin or Lyra get loud for whatever reason.
Actually, by the way, I forgot to say, Enoch, roll me a fortitude save for the copious amounts of drinking.
All right.
That's actually a pass. So, wow, good job.
Take a 2 off of that since he's not one near my bed. So,
I will. No, I don't even have that in my macro. Yeah, but if they get loud, I will tell them to shut the fuck up.
Which they inevitably do get loud because it's been a while. It's been a while because. Oh wait, no, it's not. They had the days that you were gone. They were probably.
What you think we were doing in the 3 days they were in prison, huh? We had the boat literally all to ourselves.
And the crew.
But
yeah.
they're in a different floor, so that's okay.
They're probably loud enough for them to hear you.
The question is, do they care?
That's honestly up for Kaladin to decide. Does he care when Enoch tells him to shut the fuck up?
Too heated, he didn't hear a damn thing.
You heard the man. Alrighty. So, it is now morning, and the pool count is quite high.
The body count is high.
Mm-hmm. So, Belkar, you are the first one to wake up inside the pool.
Okay, I'll just go back to my room.
The tank is now, the tank water is now dirty brown, by the way.
All play.
But that's gonna be pissed.
Alrighty, and you make your way back to your room, as stated. Boop. And Murloc is the next to wake up, and when he wakes up, everyone wakes up. As you hear him shout, "God damn it!"
Oh, what the fuck? Why am I wet? Oh, God, I'm in the pool again.
Why is the pool, Margaret? Why is the pool water brown? Oh my God!
You just came to realization of what happened.
Norbert, don't shout, inferior species.
Margaret, I think a certain other rat was in the pool also.
Oh, good. I was worried.
Hey, you can't blame this on me. Norbert was there too.
Yeah.
None of you even know I was there.
Exactly.
Except for the smear trail you made.
Well, there is that.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one with tracking, so...
It's kind of hard to miss that big old dirt smear on the ground that probably leads to your door.
I don't want to deny this, but I don't want to confirm it either.
The only one with tracking.
Okay. So, Rat and Rakar waking up go, my head. Cool. You know, this ain't that bad, waking up in a pool. Rat shakes his head yes. As Murloc goes, Murloc only going to say this once.
I'm getting out.
Cardiff is also getting out. And he takes Margaret out too, because he doesn't know if he can't swim.
No, that actually is something that needs to happen. Margaret probably couldn't get out by himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going. Good.
Murloc's like, Murloc getting a lock for his room.
If Purr still has the locks on him, he'll hand Murloc one.
Murloc looks at you and just nods his head yes. He goes, "Thank you, Cardiff."
I probably should have set those up before everyone started drinking, huh?
Murloc thinks that in hindsight, yes.
Sorry about getting your pool, Murloc.
Murloc not really, it's more the fact that Murloc's pool is brown. How is it brown?
Who's the dirtiest person on this ship?
Norbert stands up and is like, Norbert like to take some credit, yes.
Okay, who's the two dirtiest people on this ship?
Just because your dirt is inferior to Norbert's and Belkar's does not mean you have to display jealousy, yes.
Uh-huh. Bill, I'm gonna go ahead and go lay down in my own damn bed. God, fuck, my head hurts.
Norbert going to do the same. Wish inferior species luck in cleaning out his pool.
Cardiff will put Margaret down because he realizes that he has not put him down yet.
And then Jack realizes what he did, and he's going to actually get back up and go back in the room and help him clean out the pool.
Margaret is at the moment cleaning himself off. The way cats know how.
And a lick, and a lick.
Yep. And Rat and Rex are just going to sneak out and avoid the cleaning.
I'm gonna go set up the locks on the ship, and Cardiff will go do that. Going from door to door, the broken locks in order, with the kitchen being left.
One of them, of course, is for Kaladin's room, I might add. The room where two people were making lots of noise had no lock on it.
And no, let's change that. Not only did they have no lock, those niggas didn't have no door.
Oh shit, you're right.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's right. He knocked out the door entirely.
That's right, he did.
So those niggas ain't got no shame. They're just doing it all up in the open. Let everybody get a sneak peek.
I would imagine the door is just leaning against its frame.
Yeah.
You don't think it rattled out of there?
My ship is well built.
Yeah,
but
he's just here going, I hate my life.
Seriously, at that point, I would have at least glued the door.
Honestly, at this point, Enoch's just going, I hate my life right now.
Here's the question, guys. How the hell was you even going to lift the door?
Levitate?
Sure
Boom?
enough. Fucking mages.
So anyway, let's lock the door. He gets to Callan's room. He's gonna put an arm over his eyes, nudge the door, and just toss the lock in.
Right. Meanwhile, Murloc is sitting out. Oh yeah, no. Those two are.
No one mentioned to me. I knew he barged into my room. I thought he just kind of knocked the lock in, not destroyed the door.
No, I actually went into detail enough to say he just had knocked down the door.
Oh, one. Right. Okay.
Doesn't matter. I had sex.
Doesn't matter. Had sex.
Alrighty. So, what is everyone doing in the morning? Aside, recover their drunken adventures.
I'm going to ask Unadoc to make me a sheath of blade stealth.
I am going to report last night's activities to the captain. Specifically the fight.
Alrighty. We'll go with Udadoc's request. Well, Jack's request to Udadoc first. So, Jack, go on.
I knock on Udadoc's door.
Yes.
Udadoc, can you do me? I got a favor to ask of you.
This favor had better come with money.
This favor will come with money. Since we're going to Acadia, and Acadia, I thought might be helpful, to get this thing I read about called a sheath of blade stealth.
I see.
That way it makes my weapon invisible, and no one can find it.
Mm-hmm.
He's made one before, I think.
He did. He made one for you.
Yeah.
Yes, I like that.
I can get to work on it, but I'll need the money for it.
I give him the 2,500 gold pieces.
Good.
And whenever you need me to help you fix that hole in the wall thing I made, let me know.
It should be fixed by now. Hint.
It was.
Okay. Rephrase that. Redo that. Oh, and see you later.
See ya.
Okay. Asher is actually helping Murloc clean out his pool, and after a while, she says she'll...
I need to talk to the other guy and ask him to fix my door.
Alright. After a while, Asher tells Murloc that she's just going to clean out his pool for him and that he should just go and make breakfast because that's what he's supposed to be doing right now. Alright. Cardiff is should be at this point finished installing the lock, so he can go and make breakfast as well.
He'll open the door to the kitchen and see the pot that Jack cut in half.
Yes, as Murloc, when Murloc sees you walk in, Murloc says, "Okay, first off, Murloc likes to claim one thing: he not cut the pot."
Cut the pot? What? And he kind of looks and sees and examines.
I would like to point out this was one of your good pots too.
He goes over and he looks at the cut to see what kind of edge hit the pot.
Roll me Just roll me an intelligence check.
All right. That would be that. So I forgot to put flash. There we go. Not bad.
It was obvious that it was it was only a single-bladed instrument and an instrument that had to be something like a longsword. It also would have had to have had the flaming property to it.
God damn it, Jack!
It could have been Enoch.
It's not flaming, does it?
No, it doesn't. It has the storming. You can add flaming, but it's pretty obvious.
As soon as I hear my name yelled, I lock my door in my room.
Time to hide. Alrighty. Next we'll go to Belcar making his report to the captain.
Okay, I'll basically just go and sum up what happened. Was it Genu?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just tell him about Genu and whatnot.
Well, after you unlock the door, you will find Enoch in perhaps the worst shape you've ever seen him. His clothes being perhaps just the most disorderly if you've ever seen it. His coat just thrown over his shoulder, basically. And, yeah, he doesn't really seem to care much.
Oh, okay. Hi there.
Hey, Red.
So, I was going to give you a report, but now might not be the best time, it looks like.
What's it about?
Oh, one of the crew members acting up.
Like, going to kill me acting up?
No, not quite. Unable to keep his inferior paw versions off of Elise.
Stella.
Stella, okay.
I'm sure you have it under control.
Okay. I had to stab a little bit. I hope that's okay.
That's okay.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
And I'll walk on out, taking a curious look at Kaladin's room on my way out.
Yeah, the door is still not there, and after with the activities they had tonight, at least one of them is not dressed. That is for certain.
Belcar just kind of looks
Like
at
the view,
door and
Belcar?
snickers. No, I'm not going in. I'm just looking at the door and snickering.
Alrighty, so we go over to Kaladin now, who is awake before Lyra, obviously.
Forgot that wasn't there. Shit. As he looks towards the not door. Gotta talk to Udadak. And dressed. That'll be something I can makeshift close this. Oh, I know.
Throw a blanket over it.
That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna put a blanket over the door, like a kind of curtain kind of deal, and stick it to the upper ceiling of it so it hangs down and covers the door at least.
You just need a nice bead curtain. Ladies love bead curtains.
It's true.
Is it
Right.
the old or ancient version of the 70s now?
Yes.
Yay, 70s.
Anyway, time to make my way down to the deck. Nothing.
Hello.
So, morning with the deck.
Morning.
I just realized, well, actually, I forgot to mention this as soon as you came back, but my room is missing a door.
I see.
And that is probably an inconvenience to a lot more people than just me. and Lyra. So yeah, might need a bit of fixing.
What happened to the door?
Apparently, it got smashed in
Mm-hmm.
by the inspectors or something. That's what I remember Jack telling me.
Jack told you, eh?
Oh God, he's gonna think Jack broke out the door.
No, actually, Jack would have told Kaladin that it was the deceased asshole who kicked out his.
Yeah, that's why I said the inspectors.
Yes, but will Urdok believe that?
You know, the guys that were checking our ship is what he said. I can't remember his name.
Mel.
No, like Callan himself doesn't really know the guy. He's only seen it, like,
right.
once, escorted once, and then 2 days of complete stress. He's not gonna remember him. Started with an M, but yeah.
It was the dead guy, wasn't it?
I don't know if he's dead. If he's dead, then whatever.
Good riddance.
Good riddance. He knocked my door down.
Yeah, but he didn't fix my goddamn door. Dead men can't fix doors.
That is possibly the true statement. Dead men can't fix doors. It's like the one
Now,
thing
with that
that
attitude-
even a zombie can't fix doors.
Make him a skeleton then.
I bet you could train zombies to fix doors.
What if it was a zombie carpenter? Like, come on.
Something Jesus?
Okay. That's the winner of the day. Congratulations, Dome.
Thank you. Where's my prize?
Anyway.
Your prize is you get to live.
This prize sucks.
Would you prefer to die?
Well, that depends. Is there a bonus? Do I get a severance package?
Yes, the bonus is you get a coffin.
What kind of wood?
Mahogany.
Ooh.
Damn it!
You tempt me.
Handcarved mahogany. Anyway, yeah. You might want to fix that. And Callan will make his way back to his room.
Udadok will fume in his room for a while.
Okay, so.
And Sai will have to send his brother to tuition.
So, Cardiff and Murloc need to make profession cook checks. However, -3 penalty because you're missing your best pot.
There it is with the 3 already up minus, and it's not very good.
Oh, and Murloc didn't do well either.
This is all Jack's fault.
Yep. Murloc, you guys are trying to do your best, but like the ingredients you had in the kitchen prepared for this day, you needed that pot.
You didn't come exactly after Jack and be like, God damn it, Jack, and break down my door.
So yeah,
Hello?
Murloc, you guys make a somewhat subpar breakfast as Murloc just kind of, Murloc, you're really bad about serving this. It's like, this is the worst breakfast Murloc made since he first joined crew.
We're not doing too good without that pot.
Always blaming it on the drugs.
Well, Murloc's wonder, do we just throw this out or do we just not
Jack
wait?
Jack had passed by the room, by the kitchen.
They're both. Kaya's looking more disappointed than angry at the moment. Trying to figure out what to do with the food.
I see Carter. Hey, Carter.
Hey, Jack.
Murloc. Hello, Jack.
What's wrong?
Are they sharpening their knives menacingly?
We need something to feed the crew, Jack.
Okay. You look like you got some food right there.
If you can call it that.
Why do I have a feeling that I did something?
Because you did something.
Either you did or someone with your sword did. And I highly doubt that someone's got your sword.
It don't take
Because
a
Murloc sees it right on your side.
It don't take a one time, but yes, I do have my. Did I get to cut something while I was drunk? Was it something made of metal?
Aye.
Well, give it to me. I can fix it.
Better fix it fast then. Cardiff gets the pot and pushes the pieces over to the door.
All right.
Yeah, it has been split perfectly into two pieces.
Damn. If it was me, damn, I cut well when I'm drunk. I shall fix this pot post haste. You'll have this pot back in 30 minutes.
Murloc looks somewhat upset as Murloc goes, "Can you not fix pot quicker? Since you are so impressed with how well you cut pot in half?"
Make it 10 minutes. 10 minutes, I'll have this pot back to you.
Good.
Very good. Let me give Murloc and Cardiff time to make new breakfast to make up for crappy one.
What's the DC on a 10-minute blacksmithing check to fix a pot that's been cut in half?
It's gonna be like DC 30.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Can I take a 20?
No.
Then we'll be eating next week.
Ah, damn it. I should have said 30.
Putting points in the blacksmith. Oh!
Damn.
You don't get it done in 10 minutes. You get it done in 20.
Good enough. I'd give him the pot.
A little late.
Yep.
You're haggling with the crew's morale there, Jack. But at least you fixed it.
I'm sorry. You can take my weapon next time I get drunk.
I will. They shut the door.
Murloc just shakes his head. He's like, seriously? Cut pot in half? Why not cut his own stuff in half? Why the kitchen stuff?
Because he was drunk.
Maybe there's nothing quite as durable in his room.
Murloc
You could cut an anvil instead.
Murloc would have actually enjoyed that. Murloc would have found that funny. But you cut the pot in half that we used to feed half crew? What? Why?
Is the pot at least better than it used to be?
No, actually it isn't.
Damn.
Actually, even though you fixed it, it's going to heat unevenly from now on because of the way it was fixed.
Then I'll make him a new damn pot. Out of fucking mithril.
Damn. I like that will be a story to tell. So, do you have a mithril pot?
Worst part is a mithril pot would be terrible. It would heat up too fast and it wouldn't hold heat at all.
Oh, damn, you're right.
Okay, now I'll make a fucking adamantine pot.
That actually would be better.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if that would be better or not. I don't know adamantine.
Yeah, it would be better. However, it'd be like 5 times more expensive.
Okay, how about a cold iron pot?
So now it's got to be cold dishes only. What the hell, man?
He'll make the pot so good it'll be better than the last pot.
You know, copper pots are really good.
Do I have copper? Do we have copper on this ship?
I think all you guys have is gold, unfortunately.
I'll make a gold.
We have
bar.
lots of it.
I wouldn't do that. I swear to God, if you start melting people's gold, like, what happened to half our paycheck? Jack melted it into a pot.
And then it was zoom over the goddamn it, Jack.
Yes, it would be. Alrighty. So eventually, everyone wakes up, blah, blah, blah. Cardiff and Murloc get a second roll to make breakfast.
Any penalty because of the uneven or no?
Nah.
Okay.
Well, -1 penalty because of the uneven heating, but...
Alright.
It's a pass. Murloc had an exceptionally high roll this time. Not a 1. So... once again, thanks to Murloc, the dish comes out perfect. But yeah, it's not as good as it could have been. All right, so breakfast time. Everyone assemble. Oops, that's not Murloc. That's Cardiff. Murloc's gonna just sit here. Okay.
Jack makes sure to sit far away from them to make sure that he doesn't get dagger-eyed.
Enoch would look a little better and cleaned up slightly, but he isn't quite as impeccably dressed as usual anyway.
Oh, and there's someone who's going to point that out very quickly. Because she's like that.
Like unbuttoned coat and so on and so on, and probably his shirt is not going to be, yeah.
Jack looks at Ultras and then looks away.
Yeah, you guessed it. Right on the head.
No, I looked at her for a different reason.
What is that?
She was spying on my conversation with Sigifra.
Oh, yeah. There is that still. So, as you guys begin eating the breakfast, it's good, but you can tell that there's something off about it. As Ultras, being the woman that she is, opens her mouth and, did something go wrong in the kitchen today?
And Jack gets up and says, "Oh, that was good to do today. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you later."
But I guess I don't have to say anything now.
Donna just kind of turns to Cardiff. What did he do?
It cut a good pot in half.
Like, in half, or like he just cut it?
Clean.
I'd be impressed if it didn't mean that we weren't eating.
It fixed it pretty fast, but they still cut it. And it wasn't as good as it was before.
Nods her head. She's like, I'm not going to complain about your food. You guys do a good job of cooking, but it doesn't taste as good as it usually does. I can't lie. At any rate, this Ultras. Right. So I suppose we have some things we probably need to discuss. Oh, just very quickly. But she looks at Enoch. Are you sure you're up in the mood for discussions?
What do you want to talk about?
General repairs that we need to get done on the ship after some of the things that happened, and what's our plan? What exactly our plan is from here?
About the repairs, I'm sure Udoda can handle those. The general plan is we're on our way to Acadia at the moment. And there we will murder someone first and foremost, and, well, then we will see from there. So obviously on the way there, we might as well, attack the occasional Acadian ship as they come along.
That sounds like fun, but aren't you wanted in Acadia?
Yeah.
More than just him, even.
So, how are we planning on,
Actually
getting
getting in there, we will do more or less undercover. We're not actually going to enter Acadian airspace.
Okay.
Well, this plan sounds great so far, says Ultras. No, actually, and she's not actually being sarcastic for once.
For what? We're just going to drop off at one of the islands before Acadia, and then make our way from there.
I'd like to address one thing, mostly because I'm close enough to where I can hear it, and mostly because our dear Lady Astrid, well, mute. I'm certain that she's mute, not deaf, and I'm certain she heard it as well. Looks over to Kaladin and Lyra.
I think Zai's still away, so...
Ah, damn. How unfortunate.
And he left like 10 minutes ago, so I don't think he'll be back anytime soon.
Yeah.
So unless you make Lyra answer...
Well, I could.
You could, but yeah.
It doesn't make for a good spaghetti because with her I can actually handle it.
Well.
But the two turn away a bit as she's like, I think their door is in desperate need of repairing.
Urudak.
Which
What?
I'm sure you want the door fixed as well. So our dear couple can enjoy each other in peace and quiet.
I suppose the less I have to hear that, the better.
Right. Oh! That reminds me of something. Uruda, can we make create a new room from nothing, basically, somewhere? Soundproof.
We might be able to.
Okay. Stella needs a room to work, apparently.
I see. We can see about that. That'll take more time than fixing a door.
That's... I'm not surprised.
Alright, so long as you know.
Yeah. Just get it done before the crew gets too frisky.
Gotcha.
Any other important things?
So, who we killing?
Well, an Acadian noble, and we will, while we're on it, rob the place, free some slaves. He looks to Kaladin for a second, and yeah. So yeah,
I like the sound of the startup.
murder, and money. All what we should do.
It sounds like fun to me.
Indeed, it will be a lot of fun.
Any particular reason why this person specifically?
Well, he's the one that sent the assassin, for one thing.
Ah,
yeah.
That's certainly a good reason.
Always is, isn't it? Ultras just teleported. And I was just about to say something to Udida, but now I lost my train of thought there. Oh, right. So, oh, yeah, Udidak, I was supposed to tell you something.
Yes?
You know, the former apprentice, junior engineer, whatever, said she, You were always kind of, short on words, but she really enjoyed her time with you. Yeah.
Good to know.
Do we need a new one anyway, or can you handle it by yourself?
I can handle it alone, but it would be better with another, if possible.
Hmm.
I can't always be on the ship.
Well, can you look into see if any other minor crew have any talents in that regard?
I'll take a look in a week or so. We've got time to relax.
Exactly.
Until then, we should be fine.
Anything else, people? Dismissed. Giving a mock salute.
Did everyone
Is-
finish eating? That's a good question, because...
Well, I assumed this would have been after the meal, especially since Ultras was moved as well.
Is Christian here, or did he...
I believe so.
Accidentally muted myself.
That's not wrong.
that would do it. That would do it.
Okay. What I have been trying to say. What was the last thing you heard me say?
Something about talking for Lyra instead of Kaladin.
Yeah,
Jesus, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, I mean, I even said, "Hey, Ultras is teleporting when you move to token," and you said nothing. So okay.
I honestly thought you'd heard me, and that's why everything went silent afterwards. I was like, okay, well, he heard me. Holy shit.
Nope. Yeah, and then I talked to Udodak, and still nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened?
He was. Our GM was muted for a bit.
No, I know. I mean, what happened in character during that muted period?
Well, Ultras went up to the crow's nest to keep watch for ships to pirate, and that was really like the only thing that I really pointed out, other than Astrid going to the med bay. And Murloc did suggest that you could, in theory, split his room in half and turn half of it into a room for Stella.
Does it work for the engineer? Is the question.
It'd actually be easier than rebuilding an entire new room.
Yeah. It really would. And he does kind of have the most room in the entire place.
That's his payment for everyone using his tank all the time.
She could work in Belkar's room.
And I'm back.
She could work in Jack's room. Oh God.
Well, Kaladin was back quicker than I thought. I mean, you could do a quick jump back, I suppose, if you really want to.
Well, Ultras did say that that they might be in desperate need of fixing something, because even though the mute could not make a complaint because she's mute, but she's not deaf, and neither is Ultras, and some loud noises were heard coming from your direction.
Okay, what happened?
It's fairly obvious what happened.
They heard you. They heard you.
Is there a meeting going on about the boinking sounds last night?
No.
That's what's happening?
It's a normal meeting, but that came up.
They heard you busting bucks.
Right. And I will inform the crew, well, drunk, and I've already informed the engineer to get to that right away. Apologies for any disturbances caused.
Lyra doesn't seem to really be going to apologize for it.
Callan kind of nudges, just...
Lyra's not going to apologize. She enjoys it.
Well then.
Next time we're
Okay.
doing it. Okay. Okay.
Just everyone just going, well then.
It doesn't really matter what you enjoy.
We have to consider what the crew.
Stupidly enough, you didn't choose to join the High Council, so you'll have to do with this here, and you're not the boss here.
Shrugs her shoulders. Lyra's okay with this. Besides, Lyra's not the loud one after all.
Really?
It's canon now.
It's like I know we don't go into these scenes, but it's just like, oh, I'm this in bed. I'm like, okay, I'll roll with it.
You're always allowed to say whatever you want. I've never said you couldn't.
The thing is, though, with Lyra, I couldn't even tell if she's making a joke. She might have been.
She's got that bluff. Callan could be anything she says.
Right. She's going full bard here.
Count it. It seems.
It's like I can't say anything because I don't really. Whatever.
It's not really something you usually write out or think about too much when creating a character, I suppose.
Oh no! I mean,
I go into this amount of detail every time.
I never went into this character thinking I get a high elven waifu or anything like that. No, never crossed my mind.
Dude, I have
planned ahead.
Enoch's fetishes. Get on my level.
Okay, what you need to consider: does he scream when he makes things explode? That's all you gotta know.
Yes.
Then there you go.
Yeah, makes sense.
Well, there you go now.
Deal with
Damn it! Damn it!
Shade down. Hey, I have to deal with the goddamn it, Jack.
It's true.
It's true.
At least it's not against what your behavior in bed is, besides the touching face. But you know,
himself though. That did himself.
but that's your own doing. Like this is getting. Let's just like it's just arbitrary put. I mean, I'm not complaining. Okay, no, I am complaining right now, but it's like I can't really say against it because like it could go that way, but then how the fuck would I know?
Roll a dice.
Right.
Hey, if it was me in your situation, I'd be cool with it. I'd be like, okay.
Okay, whatever you say, honey.
Like, no, I have to voice this concern. I'm cool with it, but these are the thoughts that are crossing my mind. But I'm just like, whatever, I'm cool.
Okay.
Everyone was worried.
No effect on anything ever, so it's like it's not going to be important after this either. So it doesn't matter.
Everyone was worried we wouldn't get our spaghetti today, and then here we are.
Anyway.
God.
I feel so bad for Zai.
Yep.
But we love him.
Sorry, man. We've got a quota to keep. We did name the channel Spaghetti&Dragons.
It's true.
It's like I don't even because like half the shit I have to base off like what I think I do in this situation, but then being what I am, I can't really say anything. It was like, sure, people can be loud in bed, but I wouldn't fucking know.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It was a quick, cheap joke, dude, bro.
Yes. It's a quick.
Don't take it too seriously.
Yes.
I mean, I've heard some women who sound like car alarms in bed, but anyway.
Yeah.
What?
You heard me. Just drop it.
No.
Moving on.
Is that what they sound like, CA? Because that's weird.
If a woman's saying know that much, you probably need to stop.
Except if it's role play and you have a proper safe word. Anyway.
Good point.
You always have to make sure you tell them the safe word first. It doesn't work the other way, Si.
I was waiting
The
for
safe
that.
word's
Like,
Jack Sparrow.
this is the tale.
That would actually be a surprisingly good one, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to forget.
Yeah,
And the
Is that
chances
you
of
can't
you saying
slip it
it
in by
out of
accident,
just
and
out of the
you have
blue.
to be extremely deliberate for you to say it at all.
right.
Yeah.
I'm fairly
unless
certain it would be
somehow-
possible to slip that in by accident.
I mean, if you start talking about Pirates of the Caribbean while you're having sex, man, Jack Sparrow's gonna come up a lot.
I mean, you could leave the TV on.
That's an awfully specific scenario.
Yes, it is. Alrighty. Back on
Well-
topic.
Now that we've gone so far off the rails,
Nope, back on topic.
So now we are back on topic. Conference is over. Everyone's done talking. Astrid returns to La Med Bay. Murloc returns back to his room to figure out just how much of his room he's going to be losing. I'm sure Udadok is going to come and see how much of his room he's going to be losing as well.
in due time.
Donna is going to go to her room because that's what she does. Lara is simply going to the library. Kaladin is probably going to go to the alchemy lab.
Actually, I need it. Oh, let's just put this out of the way. I'm gonna ask Donna for curtains. In the meantime, if she can, like, tailor up some curtains instead of my blanket being there because I need that to sleep.
All right. Enoch, what is you are doing?
I would actually go to the Med Bay and have a little chat with Margaret.
Boop. Cardiff?
I'm
Who
not
said
sure
smooth?
because I made the food already. I did the poisons for the day.
Well, technically, you did the poisons for yesterday.
Well, I have enough poison. I guess they'll be in the cargo bay going over the items that they have and stuff.
All right, taking inventory.
Yeah.
And Belkar's probably spying on the crew because that's what he does.
Correct.
And Udadok is probably figuring out how he's going to fix the door and make the room. After he checks the engine. And he continues to copy new spells into his spell book.
Sounds about right.
And figures out how he's going to allot time to create Jack's item as well.
Yeah,
Is
not
he
a
known
lot
as
of free time here.
Yep.
And Jack's just gonna take more items he might need and try to figure out how to fix that part or make a new part.
Figured that would be the case. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and start with Kaladin because he said it first. I'm also gonna take a puff from my inhaler because it got hot in the house and I need to take a hit of my inhaler, otherwise I'm going to stop being able to breathe.
Puff puff give.
Some of the good stuff.
Puff puff give.
And I'm good. Whew. Alright, go, Kaladin. You're on.
And
Nice knock. Donna immediately comes up and answers the door. Yes?
hi, Donna. I'd like to commission some tailoring from you.
Mm-hmm.
While my door is being repaired, I would like at least something to cover the whole door space thingy. What would you call that? You know
Door
what I'm
space.
talking about.
Door space.
Right.
Yes.
So, if you would be so kind as to maybe throw something together to cover it in the meantime. Like, right now I'm using my blanket kind of stapled to the roof, but yeah, I kind of want to use my blanket tonight, so...
I'll take care of it.
Cool. You need monetary compensation for it? Or is
No,
it-
because this kind of benefits everybody for me to do this, so I'm doing it for free.
Good.
No
Yes.
offense, and this is, and of course, no offense meant by it, but I don't want to see you or Lyra naked, so me making that is more convenience to my eyes.
I mean, sure, I'm not muscle bound or anything as he tries to make a silly muscle pose, but I'm not that bad.
You're about as pale as the moon, for one. You're skinny. And no offense, it is sometimes to everyone's benefit that you keep that mask on.
Whoa! Shots
No
fired.
offense, insult face. That works.
Oh wow! That wow.
At least you're straight up about it, Donna. That's good. That's good.
I'm sorry. It's just when you give need for me to be honest, I will be honest.
Yeah.
It's mostly because I saw your pale ass last night and I don't want to see it again.
Right. Makes me wonder why you're walking by my door, but it's something there. I guess
Because I
you
have
would
to
glance.
walk by your door to get to my room.
Yes, I know.
But yes.
Then why'd you ask? God.
It's a rhetorical. I think it's rhetorical. Is it that rhetorical in this case? I don't know.
Yeah. That would
Whatever.
Be rhetorical.
Technically, it was a statement.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm going
rhetorical
to
questions are
go ahead
statements.
and make that curtain for you until Udadok repairs your door. Hopefully soon.
I hope so too. Again, sorry for you seeing my pale ass, but okay.
Nods her head and closes door.
Anyway.
And it turns out at early noon, Kaladin's confidence had been shattered.
Like, damn.
There's just a few scars. I mean, when you mess with bombs and you're mining for like half of your life, I mean, come on. Of course I'm going to be pale because I've been working underground. Just like...
Working underground and not having the prettiest face, she noticed.
Right. Anyway.
Right.
Kaladin's kind of going to go wallow about now.
I'm just going to go to the shower, turn it on, and cry for a bit. Just ignore the sounds.
Lie down, try not to cry. Cry a lot.
Alrighty. Alright, so now to our good Enoch. After Jack, roll me the craft check.
I thought he was neutral. True neutral, in fact.
You are correct, he is true neutral. But Jack, roll me a craft check. Enoch, you go ahead and head into the Mad Bay.
And I thought you were lawful evil.
Well, that is me, not Enoch.
Easy.
Anyway.
Easy. Waiting for that craft check.
Yes, I'm here. I just came back.
Oh.
My mom called me.
Craft check.
Stuff. Yeah, okay. Stuff is happening because Hurricane Tropical Storm Karen is here.
That's pass. You begin making a pot.
Sweet. Out of what?
We'll say cast iron.
Okay.
All right. So, Enoch, you are at the med bay. Brief pause. Go ahead and come in if you would.
Finding a wall to lean against.
Aster is, of course, cleaning off the medical supplies, and I'm making sure the potions are organized. As Moa goes, do you need something, Captain?
So, we're on our way to Acadia now, as you know, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
So, is that any problem for Astrid and you to start with?
To be honest, yes, it is a problem for me, lady. If we're caught.
Well, that won't happen. At least Astrid
Milady
won't.
is, for lack of a better term, somewhat wanted. Not in the sense that there's a bounty on her head, but she is wanted.
Well, a lot of people in this crew are wanted by Acadia, aren't they?
Perhaps, but not in the same means that Milady is. Rest assured that if Astrid is taken away from you in Acadia, you will not be getting her back.
Well, most of us, if caught, well, many of us don't have much to look forward to if caught. But that isn't really the main reason I'm here. I think at this point you owe me some answers. You know, we have been dragging you around for a while now, and we had the whole business with,
Shade, I'm guessing.
No. These weird ship spirits that we have talked with, and so on, when we're trying to kill the Orc Warlord, and so on and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you're scheming something, and I want to know what it is.
I don't think scheming is the correct word. Merely searching.
Suit yourself. Now what is it?
It's simply as I stated. It's a search. I have yet to find what it is I'm looking for.
If you're searching for something specific, then just tell me and we can see if we can arrange for a proper search.
Oh no, it's nothing so specific that I could find it by merely naming it. It's more like I'm searching for, how do I put it, a set of skills, of which I have not seen displayed yet.
Mm-hmm. So that's your only reason for being here, is what you're saying?
I have many other reasons for being here. I have great need to be with Milady. She needs me, I need her. It's as simple as that.
Mm-hmm. And you're sure I shouldn't know more?
At the moment, you know as much as you need to know. As more time passes, as you become more involved in the wild continent, in the quest, if you should so desire, to become the king of all pirates, which I doubt you, quite honestly, have the drive to do, I would tell you more.
We will see. But But you have large plans there.
Perhaps. I see them as being quite small in comparison to some of the other plans in action at the moment, but I have my own goals, as do you have yours.
And what was the reason you were so shocked at the way I reacted about the whole book thing? I am aiming high, and all of a sudden you were all opposed to that.
Perhaps it's because I believe you are not ready.
Mm-hmm.
No offense, but right now I see you as more like a seed inside the dirt. It'd be a shame if, while you're still trying to sprout and grow, someone were to come and simply uproot you.
He is visibly upset about this analogy, and he's not hiding it.
Mogget sticks by it. He felt this was the best analogy for it. He's
Whatever.
like, right. I apologize for my somewhat foul attitude. I'm still not too pleased about what happened in Nirvana, and I have not been more too pleased with the news I continue to hear constantly.
He shrugs. Not my problem.
Correct. I would like to point out something that may become your problem is I have increasingly felt something foreboding about to happen. I'm not sure what. It's a familiar dark feeling, not unlike some of what I've felt in the past, but...
Something to do with Acadia, with the book?
No, this is beyond Acadia. Acadia is far beneath me.
Good to know. I'm sure we will be fine. We have survived anything so far.
Correct. I wish I could just put a finger on it.
Well, if you know more, just tell me.
Nods his head. Zai, you still have that anti-teleport stuff set inside the basement, correct?
Uh-huh.
Remind me again how it works, because this is actually quite important.
Okay. Let me just... I had it open just then, but I moved to another page. Give me a sec. Light. Oops, misspelled that. Light to burn. There's a... Like, this is the page in the alchemy stuff. There was a link to it before.
No, it's a link to it. Oh, okay, so... Yeah, no, shoot, this person will be fine with this then. All right. So, Cardev, you're down taking inventory, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, you're about to be in for a bit of a surprise.
One day I do this, and something happens. Okay.
Okay, so as you're sitting there, going through the inventory, you notice that one of the boxes out from the far corner, you hear noise.
Uh-oh.
And it sounds like bottles being moved around. This is in fact a table that has this is in fact a crate, my bad, that has wine bottles and such inside of it. And booze.
I'm wondering, we did take Rex out of his box, didn't we?
Yes.
I guess. Okay. Okay, Cardiff will be cautious.
Rex is in fact over there near the other cargo on the other side of the cargo room, asleep.
Okay. Cardiff will be very cautious then, and slowly approach the box. Which box is it?
Hold on, it must be on the wrong layer. Here we go. This one. This one right here.
Okay. Cardiff will slowly go up to it. In fact, I will do a stealth check. Just to be sure. Okay.
Alrighty, so as you approach said box, you see something that looks. You see a very familiar looking face over there digging through your cargo bays looking for stuff.
Well, that's...
Oh, crap. I mean, hello.
She looks at you, she's like, "Oh, hello, Cardav. Don't mind me. I was just trying to help myself to some alcohol before I went to meet with your captain."
Right. How have you been?
I've been well. Oh, you're going to need a new box of Blightburn paste. I'm fairly certain I ignited it when I came inside.
Well, at least you didn't ignite the ship. Should I go gather everyone?
Probably for the best idea. Also, if you could, where do you guys keep your good alcohol? This is all piss.
Where do we keep it?
In the kitchen.
In the kitchen. Try not to burn anything in there, please.
I decided to make one visit to a ship, and that ship just doesn't have to. You know what? It's whatever. I'm surprised. Most ships keep their alcohol down in the bottom section of the ship. Well, maybe not the good alcohol. You know, that is a bit lack of foresight on my side. Lack of foresight of me. That's hilarious.
Right. Carla's gonna walk with her so that the crew that hasn't seen her won't freak out.
Alrighty. By the way, at this point, Enoch is still having his conversation with Mogget. As she reaches around the third floor here, Mogget stops mid-sentence and goes, "Oh, damn it to bloody hell."
What is it?
We have a guest.
Shade sounds the red alert.
Yes, you're here. Yes.
Awesome. Because clearly this is the worst thing that could have happened. And Shade is very much aware of his priorities.
Margaret kind of looks at you. He's like, "It's an old acquaintance of both of ours. We've met her a few times already." It's Hakwa.
Oh.
My sentiments exactly.
What is she doing here?
I don't know. I don't like it.
Things are just getting better and better by the day here.
Right. Hakwa goes ahead and stops looking around the ship as trying to have a scorcher. She goes, "Kind of a small ship, actually. I remember the ship he had was much bigger."
Either you're remembering wrong or you're remembering something that we can't remember yet because you remember it and we haven't been there.
I think you're right. That might be in the future. Or maybe it's in the past. I can never be too sure once I'm not at home. It's so hard. This place is so... Time is
Static?
just so weird. Yes, exactly. That's the word I'm looking for. Static. It's so weird when it moves one direction slowly.
Linear. I'm ashamed of you, robot.
I'm not a fucking dwarf. I know it's linear. Cardiff doesn't.
You could have made a Deep Space Nine reference.
And there are so many Doctor Who references.
Look, man,
Oh,
he's a chef. He's not learned. He doesn't know these things.
He doesn't know timey-wimey stuff, man.
He ain't even a wizard.
Alright, so she makes her way over to where the kitchen is. As Margaret says, she's on the same floor as us.
I will greet her then, I suppose. And I leave the room.
And you see her on the way to the kitchen. She looks at you, smiles.
Hello.
there, Enoch.
With your timing, I suppose you want to jump in and become my new mistress. Am I right?
Cardiff takes a step back.
I think I'm going to need 3 bottles of alcohol for that one.
Was
That's
worth
a cheap
try.
price to pay.
Oh no, I mean simply to remove the horrible, horrible, horrible thought.
Oh well. What do you want?
It's not what I want. Well, it kind of is what I want, but it's more what you want and what I
While
want.
they're having the stare down, Cardiff's gonna go get her the alcohol.
Might we? Is there a room that you find more appropriate for having these kinds of conversations?
Do you want to talk with me alone or with the crew?
Well, if it's like Astrid, Margit, or Kaladin, Jack, Donna, the one called Belcar, Shade, or any of the the ones that I've met before, I'm fine with them.
Ways when she calls my name.
Hello, Jack.
He points to the... Actually, no. He actually points... It would be upstairs, right? No, it would be downstairs, right? Meeting... Yeah, left is downstairs, right. So he would actually point downstairs. Do we have a meeting room?
And Cardiff brings the alcohol back.
She puts her hands together and smiles. So lovely. You're such a good man.
Thank you.
She takes one bottle and, surprisingly, with one hand, is able to open it and begins drinking it as she walks down the hall.
Hard drinking party girl, I suppose.
I think she can outdrink me and Cardiff put together.
Jack, at this point, I think anyone on the crew can outdrink me.
I hope you know the seat is normally reserved for the captain. But make yourself at home.
She's like, I thought the seat was reserved for the most important person on the ship.
Damn!
If that were true, the captain wouldn't be sitting there very often.
I don't know why everybody's going, damn, I expected that answer. Like, obvious to the point of being painful. Painfully obvious, you could say. And then it was silence.
It is really
All right,
quiet.
so everyone has assembled in the room except for Shade and Udadak.
I am not logging into map tools for 5 minutes of talking.
Okay.
And I am laying in my bed.
All right, that's fine.
Chair-shaped bed.
Nope. I mean literally.
Yes, I figured that's what he meant. So she's like, "All right, well,
Come get it, ladies.
it's good to see you all again, and I think this is this our third Yes, I believe it's the third time.
Let's not count the numbers, Hakua. What's
Enoch
up?
rolls with his eyes.
Right. Second. Alrighty, let's just move along here. And I don't often make house calls, but it was necessary to make this particular one. Mostly
Depends on
for
your definition of a house call. Calling us to your house probably counts to that.
I never thought of it that way. That is a wonderful suggestion. I'll begin using that in. Well, I'll start using it in the future, but the future is. I'll start using it in the past as well.
Don't
you know that'll
start.
Work. Yes. Right then. I'm here mostly for. She looks over at Margaret and Astrid. She goes, I'm here mostly for your dear little cat friend. Margaret kind of looks at her a bit irately as he goes, whenever you come around, you never have good news for me, especially when it's meant specifically for me. So why are you here? Oh, well, I could tell you why I'm here. But you know, that's not how I work.
So instead,
Margaret.
she will tell him through interpretive dance.
Margaret rolls his eyes as he goes,
At least I'm not the only one suffering this.
Astrid, if you would pay the lady 1 platinum piece. Oh no, not a platinum piece today. As Margaret goes, oh, so your price has changed for me then. Well, I received a couple of bottles of alcohol, so I feel that's put me in a bit of a chipper mood. Let's see. How about we make an arrangement for a service to be rendered in the future? Oh, God, I hate these worse than paying you.
That's a sucker deal.
Aqua kind of shrugs. She's like, well, if you don't want to know what you need to know in order to make your best informed decision, then you don't have to do it, and I can simply hang around for about an hour or so, give you some time to make up your mind, give these other fine people a chance here to see if they don't want a reading of their own. Or we can simply make the deal. It's all up to you, Margaret. Will it be a needlessly boring or stupid service? Well, I can't guarantee it's not going to be. I already hate it. All right, then. Since you don't want to pay that way, we'll go with something a bit more emotionally valued. I will be allowed to pet you for 30 minutes straight.
Done.
That's just sheer torture.
Margaret looks very, 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 very angry.
You monster.
Enoch is really not sure where he landed here.
Damn it. Bloody. Fine. Damn it. Fine. She holds out her hands expectingly. And he jumps into her lap as she begins petting him quite softly. He does not, even though you think a cat would normally enjoy this, he does not. Slightest bit. Aqua turns to the rest of you and she goes, well, until Margit has finished his payment, I'm kind of stuck here. So, let's move on to the rest of you. Anything you guys want to know? Cardav, you did technically pay me, so you do have one favor lined up.
Go through the rest. I'll think about that.
Right. Is there anything anyone wants to know about their future? Maybe about their past? Or about someone else's past?
What does it take to get you into my bed?
You're quite persistent about that, aren't you?
And then he was struck down by lightning.
He might just push it that far. No, perhaps not quite that far. Anyway, well, I'm curious.
This must be the time right after Isis left you, isn't it?
Go to hell.
I figured. Turns to she's like, but right, if you need to know someone that could include your captain, mind you, past, present, future, I could, as I've always offered, for the correct price, reveal this information. I could also reveal random snips and tidbits of the future to you as well. Some things that are probably going to happen to you that you could avoid, given my specific knowledge, if you are willing to help. Well, provide payment, that is.
Any response from Lyra? I look to her with this offer in mind.
Lyra's remaining quiet for the moment. Astrid, however, stands up and throws down a I wouldn't really say it's a sack, more like a coin purse full of money onto the table. As Haku goes, oh, my, I wasn't expecting you to be the one to do it, actually. Well, let's see, how can I help you? What exactly is it that you want to know? Astrid scribbles something down on a piece of paper, which of course she carries that around with her, and passes it over to Hakwa as Hakwa reads it and goes, oh, you want to know when that's going to happen? She, in response, writes something back down on the piece of paper and hands it back to her. When Astrid reads it, you see her kind of go from being in that erect posture she was to slumping down as if depressed. As after she reads it, the paper bursts into flames. As Hako goes, sorry, dear, can't let anyone else know your future, not unless they pay for it. Right, anybody else? Lyra stands up for a bit. Lyra would like to know if she will actually end up going back to Dravana to take them back on the offer they offered her.
What she should have done in the first place.
Hakwa says, oh, that one would require some rather large payment, actually. That entails many, 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 many things. If you are willing to give up, say, an eye for it, I'm more than willing to tell you that one. Lyra sits back down. Unfortunate. A high elf eye would make a very, very wonderful addition to my treasury.
Yeah.
Lyra kind of stands back for a bit. She's like, "So you knew Lyra was a high elf? Oh, so from the very moment I met you, actually, I knew you were a high elf. It's just that you didn't know it yet, and neither did anyone else. So I wasn't going to tell them, because no one asked." Right then, I guess is it only going to be Astrid then?
Can you tell me something I need to know then?
Of
Whatever
course.
you, just tell me something I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what's the payment?
What is it that you need to know? Well, I know what you want to ask me, but I can't. I can't ask for payment until you say it out loud.
Any random thing. Yeah,
You're really dumb, Jack.
Shut it, Kaladin. Fine. Where's my parents?
Your old sword, do you use it anymore? The Gale Forged one.
What's that? Cold Iron Long? So I mean this?
No. The Gale Forged one.
Don't have another other Gale Forge. I gave you the other Gale Forge one.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you did. You do give that to me in the future. What about, yeah, you know what? That Cold Iron one will work sufficiently as well. It has some history behind it. It was around for the Underdark.
It was. I handled the Cold Iron Longsword.
She, she takes it and she goes, "For the moment, your parents are just fine. Your dad is going to, your dad is about to sign up to go to war, and your mother is waiting expectantly for him to return."
War?
You see, if you want to inquire more about that, you require payment from everyone in this room if it slips my mouth that everyone hears it.
Well, if I just hear it then, how much will it cost?
If you were to just hear it, do you, let's say, what is it that you have on your person at the moment? I'm curious.
Weapon-wise or just anything-wise?
Oh, anything.
Let's see, a few items, a weapon, a sword, a necklace, armor, a bag of holding, a platinum piece.
Oh, I don't need any money right now. Let's see. I have two offers for you. The first one, you can give me your left arm.
Just because I'm curious, what's the last one?
An old set of armor. I believe your crew is in possession of an old set of armor that you acquired from an Osivian noble. It has some significant value, and I actually am in need of it. It's very important because it starts off with a very big conflict in the future.
Let's just say no to, no. I'm gonna sit back down.
So neither.
The armor's not mine to give anyway.
Well, I'm sure if you had a word with your quartermaster, something could be arranged.
I look at Carter.
Well, I was in the middle of looking through our things when this happened, so I'm not even sure.
Oh, trust me, it's there.
Out of character, which armor are you referring to? Like, I don't even...
The one that you pulled from the Osivian noble. The one that he was wearing.
Let me check my list. Let's see. All the way at the bottom. The mithril shirt. Is that what it was?
Yes,
Is that the... Okay. I think I know which one you mean.
Right. For that mithril shirt, and let's say, if you throw in 1 platinum piece on top of it, I'll let you all in on this little tidbit of information. Well,
Gardiev looks to the captain.
If you think you need to hear it.
I appreciate it. I'll pay you back.
I'll pull out of the coffers first.
I'll pay the platinum piece. Don't worry.
Okay.
Right, should I go get it, or can you just teleport it here, or what?
oh no, yes. Now that the Blightburn paste has mysteriously vanished, I apologize for that, Kaladin.
What?
She teleported into the ship.
But she opened the box?
Remember, the Blightburn paste ignites whenever
I
anyone
know,
does it.
I know. No, I know if she opened the box, it ignites. That's the whole point of the box. No, this is just Kaladin. Oh my, it's wasted now.
Not exactly wasted. It was a minor inconvenience when I was trying to get on board your ship.
Are you going to compensate us for that?
Fine, you don't have to pay me the platinum piece.
Okay.
Thank you.
However, I'm already taking the armor. She goes on. In the foreseeable future, the flag that I see planted over Acadia, I see dyed red. I see many, many men dying, and crows growing quite fat off the corpses of men.
That's it?
That's all you paid for.
A flag crowned red. All right.
Sounds like adventure.
Sounds like I don't. It sounds like I'm gonna have to be in the middle of this because apparently someone's gonna be in the war. I know.
It sounds like shit we already knew.
Exactly what I was thinking, Shade.
Yep, you're paid to learn the same information twice. Congratulations.
Well, completely unrelated. I'm just trying to think what the payment I already gave would actually get us, and I know I can't ask for something relevant or just start asking for pieces of me. What the hell? How's Dahlia doing these days? The dragon, I believe, was her name, right?
No. I know who you're talking about. Yes, Dahlia. She's fine. She's well, she's reached her full adulthood by this state, and she's had a nice clutch of her own, and I've been left in the care of said clutch.
Ah, well. Interesting to know.
Indeed. Right then. The time has passed, Mogget. He kind of sighs, like, finally, god damn it. She raises him up and whispers something into his ear as you see him suddenly turn violent as he goes, "Oh, you son of a bitch!" As she simply tosses him onto the table and goes, Now, no need for violence, no need for your anger. You are in no more control of that than I am. I'm just simply telling you. Mogget, in his fury and rage, jumps off the table and pushes open the room door and runs out.
Well,
And she goes, I had a feeling that's about as well as he would take it.
too bad for him, I suppose. But oh well, time flies when you're enjoying yourself. Are you going to stay much longer?
I don't think I'm going to be staying much longer. At least I don't remember staying much longer than this.
Ah, that is too bad. But oh well, goodbye.
Hold on. I think there's something else. I could tell you.
Then cease with your games and say your piece.
The games are so fun.
Not this kind.
Right. She lets out a sigh. She goes, right. In the foreseeable future, as I'm sure you've already been told by the bloody book of the damned, there's going to be a great violent incident coming. In all due seriousness, despite how much I mess with you, despite how much I oftentimes seem not to care, I do worry about the people of this world and their well-being. I pray that you keep yourself safe. You have need to venture into Acadia and solve some problems. You'll be able to find the answers, and you'll be able to essentially avert a lot of this needless bloodshed by the trip you're going to make. You'll have a decision to make, and I pray that you make the right one. She says to you, Enoch.
I think if you need a hero to save the world, you're at the wrong address, really.
I'm not asking you to be the hero that saves the world. I'm asking you to be the man who can make a right decision.
Some would doubt that I'm capable of that.
At times, yes.
Well, the ship's in one piece, so there's that.
Right. For Astrid, she says, turning to you, in the future, something in your past is going to become relevant again. You know what I'm talking about, and it has directly to deal with the very question that you asked me. You will have to ask her for a favor. You won't like it. She then turns to Kaladin, and she goes, I see nothing really bad happening for you in your future. I ask that you support your captain in all of his decisions that he makes, and that you act as his counterbalance, as you always seem to be. Also, keep Lyra close to you unless you wish to lose her.
Don't need to tell me that twice.
Yes. I have told you that twice. That should emphasize to you the importance of it, shouldn't it?
Yes.
Donna, an old friend of yours is going to come back into your life as well. You haven't seen her in quite some time, but I doubt that you forget her. After all, you think about her quite a few of the days that pass. She's going to need your help, and only you can be the one that can help her with it too. You'll understand when the time comes what I mean. She skips over Murloc and Belkar, and Udadok as well.
Nobody cares for the small people.
But Murloc's like 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
He's still small people.
Ouch.
Murloc, sad.
Indeed. Jack, in the future you're going to receive some terrible news. Do not let it break you.
I also suspect there will be many more goddamn Jacks ahead.
Only you can truly be Batman.
Do not be rash, and do not let your will be broken by the news when you receive it.
All right.
And Cardav,
Aye.
be safe.
Oh, thank you. You be safe as well.
Right then. With that, I believe I've done all the service I wanted to do. Yes, you notice that Ultras has not been here this entire time. As she steps out of the room, she's like, "Hold on. There's the other one that's supposed to be here. Where is the one you call Ultras?"
Knowing her, she's probably somewhere in the shadows looking at us right now. Maybe like from the ceiling.
Last I saw, she went to the crow's nest. She's lookout at the moment.
She's the person that I had the second most priority with having a word with today. I'll speak with her and then I'll be gone. Until then, keep yourself safe, she says as she... What is that hand wave? I don't know what that hand wave is specifically called when you use your fingers to wave instead of your actual hand. All I know is that it annoys me because it's...
I don't know what it's called either, but I know it's usually accompanied with toodaloo.
Exactly! I am effing hate that wave. But that's the one she does.
I do the same towards her. This is great news.
Murloc feels that Margit has a point that whenever she comes, she never has good news.
Murloc, my friend, no news is good news.
Murloc beginning to find this truer and truer every time. Never seen pissed. Might want to point that out.
She didn't have to say towards you, nor Belcar, nor Udoc. I take that as great news.
Oh yeah, Murloc feels safe now.
Yeah, it's amazing what it will do when you know there's no impending doom hanging over your head.
Shade leaves.
Well, she told me to be safe, so either I'm going to die, or she actually wants me to be safe. Who the hell knows? I'm gonna go make lunch, or dinner, whatever time it is now. Is she even control time? I don't know.
I'm gonna go make food and ignore my mortality.
Murloc's going to go ahead and help Cardav.
If you don't know if it's lunch or dinner, you need to make breakfast.
Wise words from Shade. Alright, and that is a pass. Even with the -1 penalty. Yes, it's a pass.
Right.
Yeah. Pretty much everyone begins slowly disappearing from the conference room. As Ultras makes her way down from the crow's nest and says, in a voice not typical of her, "Whoever is next on the guard shift duty, if you wouldn't mind taking over early, I would appreciate it."
You don't sound well.
No, I don't. She says as she continues off.
Well, that doesn't sound like any good.
When it comes to Hawkway, ain't never good news.
To the hells with this. We'll actually follow her.
Alrighty. Donna is going to go to her room to contemplate exactly what was told to her. Kaladin and Lyra probably return back to their rooms, right?
No, I'm gonna ask Lyra to join me on watch out on the nest today.
Alright.
I'm a fish making that part to make it the most superb part ever.
And Udadak is going to just go back to doing what he was doing before. Because he's like, yes, I avoided the fucking bingo. I avoided the bingo of death.
I think he deserves it after what happened to him.
Damn straight. The shit I've been through.
Well, in his own way, he didn't avoid the bingo of death in the past.
Well, maybe I'm
To be-
free from her mortal toyness because I've died already.
That would be quite funny, wouldn't it be? All right. All right. So we'll go to Enoch, who is currently at Did I put her in the right room? No. Yes, I did. Okay.
I think it is the right room.
Yeah.
However,
Alright.
she shouldn't have a rug anymore, but that's probably nitpicking.
Right. Let me get rid of that.
Neither should Shade, really, but
There.
Or Shade's
Those don't
room.
have rugs.
woo!
Why are rugs
Yep.
missing?
Because they were given away.
Yeah.
Oh.
Traded.
It was traded, yeah.
Ah.
Alrighty. So, there is no response to the knocking.
Everything all right down in there?
Oops. Wrong thing.
Wrong.
Umbra pops his head out of the door. Leave.
No.
He disappears back to the door.
I've been pushed around by one woman today. Can't have two.
Ultras goes and opens the door. If you're so insistent.
Well, I am. Were you told anything that affects the crew in any way?
No.
Were you told anything that worries you and that, I don't know.
It was something I didn't want to hear.
Well, that's how these things go when she shows up.
Strange. I was told the exact opposite thing by Savra Alana, actually.
I can only speak from our experience.
Well, I guess she doesn't like us then, because the news that she gave me did not in the slightest way make me happy.
Next time you shouldn't ask.
I didn't ask, nor did I pay for it.
That's unfortunate.
She simply made her way to the top of it, asked me what my name was, and when I said yes, told me the most foul news I've ever heard in my life.
And what was it?
Kaladin's the father?
She's getting with Enoch.
God have mercy, what is with all this horrible, horrible things being said?
That's why it's horrible news.
I am pregnant, and you are the father. Anyway.
But I didn't even touch that.
Right. Oh, no. I will be pregnant, and you will be the father. Anyway, sorry about that.
I will not be making a trip ever back. I will never be making a trip back to the Underdark, from what it seems.
Is that so bad?
I had planned on one day going back, Enoch. I had.
Well, time to make new plans, I suppose. Be flexible.
I need some time alone, Enoch. I just do. This is too much for me to process in one day. Whenever you're done peering inside my room, you may close the door.
I will keep my mouth shut then. And he closes the door, shrugs, and leaves.
As you, of course, close the door, Umbra goes to stand outside of from in front of it this time, and glares menacingly at you as you walk away.
Nice creature.
Darkness.
Okay. Anyone have anything else they want to do today?
I feel like it.
Just to note or to know for reference, how long is Umbra gonna be there? Like, would Cardiff see him if he goes in there today at all? Like in the hallway?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
you would.
Okay, just check for future.
When Enoch does return to his room, he does find a note on his bed, though.
He moans, but definitely not the good kind, and picks it up and see what it's about.
On the as you unfold said note, it's got essentially a smiley face on the top of it, and you can already see at the bottom it says signed Hakwa.
He actually smirks. Actually kind of funny. It does get a chuckle out of him. He does generally find it funny.
There is something written on the back of the note.
Well, let's see what it says.
There's two paragraphs. The first paragraph says, she's like, sorry for being so rude to you today, but it's just that I had so many other things on my mind. Keep in mind, maybe one day you won't have to sleep alone in your bed. That, ha ha. Second paragraph. It's like some incoherent, garbling stuff that seems to allure to mist and ships and avoid. It says something along the lines of avoid flying into fog banks. Mists only hold troubles for you, and beware past enemies.
Okay.
But beware greater past friends.
That's interesting. Well, he just folds it and stores it away well, where you will find it again, where we're safe.
I like how everyone's now going to make their predictions.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of what you have to expect.
Yes, that is kind of what I have to expect. All right. So unless anyone has anything in particular they want to do, I think we'll call that a session.
Yay.
We good?
Mm-hmm. Now I'm wondering how much later it would have gone if we said let's go later.
Well, it only... Yeah.
I was gonna say maybe that was the major thing you wanted to do. You said you wanted to do.
I only delved into about a paragraph of what I had planned, and
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right, experience. Okay, so for a la Cybot. Well, for everybody, first off, 500 EXP for today. For Cybots, 100 EXP for RP. For Isman.
Isman, artist formerly known as Lucy.
Right, I should be calling you Lucy. What was I thinking? For Lucy...
Why you remind him? That just kind of alludes to you want to be called Lucy.
I don't think
Lucy.
No, see, it's like super reverse gamble because if he wants to be called it, then they'll stop.
Right.
55. Okay, let's do it.
This tally system I made really works, actually. If Robot's expectations weren't so high for him for role playing, then he would get more EXP all the time. But they are.
Expectations.
I have high expectations for Robot's roleplay because he always does such a good job of it.
You're gimping yourself, man. Just be like me, and if you say anything, they give you experience.
That is one way of looking at it. I just realized Josh is gone, but Josh also earned experience, so... Josh actually earned himself 60 EXP today.
Because he fought some niggas.
Well, mostly because he handled it quite well.
He stabbed someone.
Any comments, questions, or concerns before we move on to talking about things that are not D&D related, clearly?
Did you expect me to ask about my parents?
Yes, I did.
I could have slept
100%.
for like 2 more hours and not have done or contributed anything to the session.
It's true. I'm sorry if I inconvenienced you that way.
No, it's fine.
So no comments, questions, or concerns or anything like that? Anything that you were like, I really hated that. Don't do that again, please.
It's something I could probably look at for later, but I missed the part about why Market ran the fuck off.
Yeah, no one knows. No one knows why he did that, except for him, except for himself.
Well, obviously he didn't like what Hawkeye had to tell him.
Astrid is pregnant and he's the daddy.
Cat is fine too, I guess.
That is awkward in so many ways that you can't even understand.
Oh no, they're related.
That is awkward in so many ways you can't understand. But let's see. Like I know generally I don't try to put Hakwa in a lot, but in this particular case, yes or no?
Huh?
I honestly don't mind Hawkwood. I like her.
I mean, she's an established character by this point, so... Yeah, now tearing... I mean, yeah, established character. I mean, tearing her out of the plot now would be kind of disjunctioning as well.
I'm curious how Zai feels because she destroyed his trap.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that is a kind of a concern. It's like,
well, the thing was, I had intended to teleport her after Giovanna, and I had that plan since before.
I mean, I'm not sure you like the teleport blocking stuff only works once it's open. I'm not sure if you missed that or not, or I'm misunderstanding what actually happened there.
I thought that it was supposed to ban all teleporting from in or out. It was it's only when open that it's active.
It's only when open that it stops people from teleporting away. So I was just wondering, okay, she might have opened the box while looking for alcohol. That's fair enough.
Yeah, I might as well go with that approach simply because I had to, mostly because I was trying to concentrate on getting back to session as quickly as possible. I only skimmed it instead of reading it in whole like I normally do.
Mm-hmm.
And all I read was the stops teleporting part. I didn't realize it had to be open and exposed. So that's my bad. Let's see. Oh yes, how did you guys like the Giovanna arc? More like it or less like it?
I thought I was gonna die.
Well, yes, that was a constant threat.
I liked the more sort of character-driven types, but at the same time, this party was split up so much that it felt like sometimes that not everyone even needed to be around.
But
That is, yeah.
again, that's sort of the problem we have talked about, with 7 players, really. So, yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of true.
Not really much
I'll
you can do,
have
really.
to be the one to apologize for that because I feel like even I had to take it to 1-to-1s, even. So, yeah, sorry guys. But I guess that's just part of what's the character you had in mind with Lyra and everything. I mean, I like that. Now I learned. Cool, she's a high elf. I don't know the significance entirely, but hey, is it exposition? Is that the word I'm looking for?
Probably.
Yeah. And it does hold a pretty big significance. It holds more significance than I made it out to be. And
my mortality is in question now.
In parts of Acadia, especially parts where there's like the really high nobles and things like that, which you guys may get to sections of Acadia like that. I'm not saying yes or no. I'm not making any promises. They will know what a high elf is.
All right.
I mean, astronaut thinking says something. Heh heh heh.
Oh, did you not hear me? Did you not hear what I said?
You said you're not promising anything, and then I missed.
Okay. For a second, I thought he said something.
No.
All
I'm
right.
just saying, well, astronaut thinking is probably a thing, so heh heh.
What you
I'm
about to say
going
no?
to stop talking for a second. I'm going to end the recording here, and I'm going to go to bed because it is 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Good
Alrighty.
night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
I'll try and get this uploaded sometime tomorrow, unlike last
Take your
week.
time.
Good night.
Later.